Okay, so hello everyone and welcome to the 2 days conference between war and mass murder, 80 years to Operation Barbarossa, hosted by the Holocaust Studies Program at Western Galilee College in Akko, Israel. I would like to start with a quote from a testimony of a Jewish woman from Vilna who was 17-year-old at the time. June 21st, 1941 was a day of recreation and preparations for the big prom. I got a new dress. In the evening, we, the students who graduated from school, gathered near the river Vileka, dreaming about what the future holds. The next morning, June 22nd, I slept until late. It was a Sunday. I woke up to a huge explosion, jumped out of bed, and saw smoke rising from behind the train station. I didn't understand what is going on. I turned on the radio and heard Yuri Levitan from Moscow declaring that the fascists attacked the USSR. We will win. Long live Stalin. This is a segment from Chaya Lazar's testimony, my grandmother. Over the 2 days of the conference, we will hear from distinguished scholars about various aspects of this groundbreaking event, Operation Barbarossa. Some technical notes: we are recording the sessions and we will upload it to our website. And please keep your microphones on mute. And now I am honored to introduce Professor Nissim Ben David, President of the Western Galilee Academic College, to speak. Nissim.
First, I would like to thank Dr. Boaz Cohen, Dr. Yaron Pasher, Dr. Daniele Stern, Dr. Miriam Ofer, and Dr. Tamir Hod from Western Galilee College, and to other academicians and lecturers participating in the conference today. The Holocaust Department at the Western Galilee College, as one of the leading departments in Israel, initiates and leads several conferences each year in Israel and abroad on the Holocaust era and on what we can learn from that terrible time in order to improve our moral values and our attitude to evil forces. The history of Holocaust reveals a range of behavior of which people are capable when confronted with extreme brutality toward their fellow human beings. The Jewish people, which gave the Western world monotheism and Christianity, was the victim of Hitlerism fascism. Fascism is a barbarian political method and is a collection of sickening and fattening phenomena such as racism, anti-Semitism, dictatorship, and totalitarianism as became due to World War II illegitimate. The price paid for this awareness was intolerably high, unjust, and terrifying, especially for the Jewish people. I hope that the conference today will shed light on important aspects of that terrible period and help us in seeing what can help us in avoiding evil rays again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ben David. And now we will hear from Dr. Boaz Cohen, head of the Holocaust Studies Program.
I will start with thanks to the organizing committee of the conference, which is Dr. Ron Pasher, Dr. Daniele Stern, and myself, and to all the team of Western Galilee Holocaust Studies and the General Western Galilee College for standing behind this amazing project. We have been thinking for a long time that you can't talk about the Holocaust without talking about World War II, or conversely, you can't talk about World War II without talking about the Holocaust. And we've been teaching for many years a course on the connection between World War II and the Holocaust, Holocaust and war, we call this, or war and Holocaust, depends. This is why we see such importance on doing conferences where we can have military historians and the Holocaust scholars join together in speaking about these terrible days. And here is where we have done already two one-day workshops in Hebrew, live ones before Corona, but actually COVID enabled us to do an international one, joining together people from both disciplines and from several continents. And this is indeed one of the, I can't say blessing in COVID together, but one of the blessing of the technology we've been acquainted with during COVID, that we can do such a conference. Actually, there's been so much interest in this that we already know that in October we'll do a one-day conference on Operation Typhoon and Babi Yar. So we already know that this is this year is a year where we can really join forces from both disciplines and get something new idea over. I also finished the story. I saw a post this morning of an academic who is a child survivor, and he said, I want to share something very personal with you. This date, the Germans invaded the USSR. He was in Kovno, Kaunas, and he said, we had 27 people in the inner circle of the family. We came out of the Holocaust myself as an 11-year-old, and my father and one aunt. And he said, and today, my granddaughter is getting married. So I think this is a very poignant way to show that we are talking history, but we are still here. And this moved me actually. Okay, thank you again. And I'm giving back the floor to the team.
Thank you, Boaz. And I want to thank on behalf of all of us to Dr. Yaron Pasher, the initiator and organizer of this conference. Yaron, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Daniela. Thank you very much, Boaz, my colleagues in the organizing team. Thank you, Professor Nissim Ben David, for your welcoming address. We are 80 years to the day, and it all began on 3 a.m. in the morning. We are 9 hours ahead, 80 years and 9 hours ahead. And we will begin with the first session, which is called Operation Barbarossa, Unleashing the Violence. And our first speaker for today is Dr. Leonid Rein. And Leonid is a researcher at the International Institute for Holocaust Research at Yad Vashem. He received his PhD from Haifa University in Israel. And his most recent publications are the book, The Kings and the Pawns, Collaboration in Barbarossa during World War II, New York, 2011. A subchapter in the book, The Belarusian Auxiliary Police, co-authored with Oleg Romanko, The Belarusian Home Ground, in the book, The Waffen-SS, A European History, edited by Jochen Buhler and Robert Gerwach in Oxford, 2017. A chapter named The Radicalization of Anti-Jewish Policies in Nazi-occupied Belarus, in a book, Nazi Policy on the Eastern Front, Total War, Genocide and Radicalization, edited by Alex J.K. and David Stahl, and Untermenschen in USS Uniforms 30th Waffen-SS Grenadier Division of Waffen-SS in the Journal of Slavic Studies, Military Slavic Studies. Leonid has also published several articles in the French language, and today he is going to speak about his title of his presentation is Where There is a Partisan, There is a Jew, Wehrmacht and the Beginning of Annihilation of Soviet Jews in 1941. Leonid, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Yaron. I will now want to share my presentation first of all. Okay, can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you. First of all, thank you for the organizers for inviting me to speak at this conference. Thank you all. Okay, so let's start. On the morning of August 1st, 1941, a Ukrainian woman showed up at the offices of the 647th Group of Secret Military Police, Geheime Feldgendarmerie, attached to the 30th Army Corps, which was stationed at the time in the town of Kadima in the Odessa province. The woman, who pretended to know Yiddish, claimed to have overheard the conversations of local Jews who were plotting against the German forces stationed in the town. The officers in charge didn't doubt for a moment the words of this illiterate woman, and he proceeded to pass this intelligence on to Hauptmann Captain Kremer, the counterintelligence officer of the 30th Army Corps. Kremer, in turn, immediately contacted Sonderkommando 10A of Einsatzgruppe D of Security Police, NSD, which was stationed in Pishanka, some 40 kilometers from Kadima. Here you can see the distances at the modern map, and requested that an extensive operation be carried out in the Jewish quarter of Kadima. The commander of Sonderkommando 10A, SS Obersturmbannführer Zetzen, promptly dispatched a detachment to Kadima under the command of SS Hauptsturmführer Prast. At 3 p.m., the Jewish quarter was surrounded by members of the Sonderkommando, secret military policemen, and Wehrmacht soldiers. Several hundred men, both Jews and non-Jews, were herded to the marketplace. After a brief interrogation, some 100 Jewish men who had allegedly either taken part in the meetings or been involved in insubordination vis-a-vis German military personnel, in the words of the investigation, or belonged to the Jewish intelligentsia, and of course were separated from the rest, taken out of town and shot. The execution was carried out jointly by Sonderkommando members and Wehrmacht soldiers, with the latter outnumbering the former 2-to-1. In his study, Hitler's Army, published about 30 years ago, Omer Bartov described the transformation of the Wehrmacht, as the German army had been known since 1935, into a Nazi army. Bartov pointed to the winter of 1941-1942 as a turning point in this process. In the decades since the publication of Bartov's book, there has been much new historical research showing that as early as June 22nd, 1941, the day Nazi Germany invaded the Soviet Union, the Wehrmacht was already prepared to wage the new kind of war envisaged by Nazi leadership, one that was both a military conflict and a racial ideological war of annihilation. The process of preparing the Wehrmacht for this kind of war, both psychologically and practically, had begun well before the German invasion of the USSR. Some 2 months prior to it, on March 30, 1941, Hitler made it crystal clear to these senior military commanders that they were going to wage an ideological war aimed at the destruction of Bolshevism and its bearers, who for Hitler were first and foremost the Soviet Jews. Hence, any legal or humanitarian scruples in their treatment had to be set aside. The complex of decrees known collectively as the Barbarossa orders, issued about a month before the beginning of the German invasion of the Soviet Union, gave the German soldiers carte blanche to brutally suppress any sign of civilian resistance, with the Jews being singled out as the primary instigators of such resistance. Finally, the agreement reached in late March 1941 between Reinhard Heydrich, chief of the Reich Security Main Office, and Eduard Wagner, the quartermaster general at the Army High Command, stipulated cooperation between the infamous Einsatzgruppen of the Security Police and SD and Wehrmacht units, as well as coordination in the intelligence gathering. In fact, the mental preparation of the German army as an institution and of German soldiers as individuals for the war of annihilation they were to embark on in the summer of 1941 had commenced even earlier than that. Almost from the moment of Nazi seizure of power, the army began to adopt both the symbols of National Socialism and its ideology. Without any pressure from the higher echelons of the Nazi state or the Nazi party, it purged all non-Aryans from its ranks and introduced Nazi ideological courses into the curricula of military schools. These courses refer to the Jews as poisonous parasites and the plague of all peoples. The Polish campaign, which my friend and colleague, the German historian Joachim Gioia, has termed the overture to the war of annihilation, was indeed a campaign where the German soldiers became used in practice to the idea that the Jews were fair game and that they could be abused, beaten, robbed, and killed without fear of punishment. The advance of the German troops through Poland was accompanied by assaults, looting, and killing of Jews. At the same time, the obsessive fear of civilian resistance, which had been ingrained in the German army since the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, along with the perception of the Jews as the primary string pullers behind this resistance, led to the repressions against entire sections of the Jewish population in occupied Poland. Many of German soldiers who crossed the Soviet border at dawn of June 22nd, 1941, sincerely believed that they were fighting to protect their families, their German homeland, and the entire European civilization from the Judeo-Bolshevism subhumans. Inflamed by the infamous orders issued by the high commanders such as Walter von Rachenau, Karl Heinrich von Stumpnagel, and others, which exhorted the German troops to act ruthlessly against Judeo-Bolshevism, the rank-and-file soldiers were eager to blame the Jews for every shot fired at the Germans' back in the course of the fighting. Thus, in mid-July 1941, in the town of Brusilov in Ukraine, German troops belonging to the 3rd Motorized Corps accused several local Jews of the murder of the German soldier and executed them. Even so, their guilt couldn't be established. And I quote, "In light of the well-known hostile attitude of the Jews towards the Germans, the initiative or complicity of the Jews in the murder of Corporal Wallenkamp, the name of the dead soldier, can be seen as proven," end of quote. In the first days of invasion of the USSR, as German soldiers were advancing through the regions annexed by the Soviets in 1939-1940, they came across the pogroms staged by local nationalists. While the official policy of the Wehrmacht towards these pogroms was one of non-intervention, the reactions of individual soldiers and officers ranged from curious observation all the way to the direct participation in the violence, as in the case of a city of Tarnopol in East Galicia. The German military tactics, which involved deep armored thrust into the Soviet area, resulted in huge numbers of Soviet troops being taken prisoner. Thus, by the end of 1941, the Wehrmacht had taken some 3 million Soviet POWs. Between 80,000 and 85,000 Soviet Jewish soldiers found themselves in German POW camps. The life expectancy of the Jewish inmate in such a camp tended towards zero. The Jews were separated from the rest of inmates, subjected to various humiliation, and ultimately either handed to special security police squads or murdered by the guards themselves, and in the case of the Adabash camp in Ukraine, where in November 1941, the Jewish prisoners were shot at the makeshift camp cemetery by members of the 783rd Territorial Defense Battalion, which guarded the camp. Initially, all Soviet territories occupied by Germany were placed under military administration, with field and local commandants' offices established in strategically important locations. Even in September 1941, when the areas deemed sufficiently pacified were transferred to the civil administration, large swaths of occupied Soviet territory remained under the military authority. And here you can see the territories under the military authority. And this situation persisted until the end of the occupation. Immediately after setting up shop in a particular locality, the field and local commandants' offices would become involved in what we may term preparations for the genocide. First, the entire populations would be registered, with the Jews being registered separately from the rest of the population and issued identity and travel papers. The Jews wouldn't receive any papers, and this made them easy targets for the German military patrols and stationary checkpoints controlling the movement of the population. Among the very first measures adopted by the organs of military administration and aimed explicitly at the Jews were the so-called contributions. The size of these contributions would be arbitrarily determined by commandants' offices, and it was astronomical. Thus, in the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, the sum of the contribution reached 20 million rubles. The registration of the Jews in a particular locality would be followed by measures that aim to isolate them from the surrounding society. This began with the marking of the Jews with an armband, a Star of David, sewed onto their clothes or any other clearly visible mark, and their ghettoization. The orders regarding the wearing of Jewish badges were very rigidly enforced by local military authorities. I quote, "Since the day before yesterday, all of them, that is, the local Jews, have been wearing a yellow patch. We had to set an example to enforce these orders, and the Jewish elder maintained that this wasn't such an urgent matter. As he didn't change his mind after repeated demands, we were compelled to shoot him. Since then, the fellows have been going along with it," wrote Captain H.G., a staff officer of the 2nd Security Regiment, on July 17, 1941, in a letter home mailed from the Belarusian town of Kosovo. The next, the military authorities confined Jews from various localities in ghettos. In the Soviet areas under military administration, the ghettos were clearly perceived as no more than a method of concentrating the Jews prior to their liquidation. And the ghettoization itself was seen as just a provisional short-term measure which could be dispensed with altogether under certain circumstances. Thus, the military administrative department of the Command of Army Group South issued an order dated August 28, 1941, which stated explicitly that the ghettos were to be established only in those locations where Jews made up a significant segment of the population. Unlike in other areas of Nazi-occupied Europe, the murder of Jews in the Soviet territories often closely followed or even overlapped with what may be termed preparations for annihilation. For a long time, it was taken for granted that the murder of Soviet Jews had been carried out solely by Einsatzgruppen and by other bodies belonging to Heinrich Himmler's SS empire. Also, evidence to the contrary came to light as early as Nuremberg trials, when a report by Walter Stahlecker, the commander of Einsatzgruppe A, was presented. In this text, dated October 15, 1941, the author wrote that, I quote, "Cooperation with the Wehrmacht was good in individual cases, as for example that of 4th Armored Group under Colonel General Höppner, very close, almost cordial," end of quote. The cooperation between the Wehrmacht in general and the organs of military administration in particular on the one hand, and the security police and SD on the other, in the physical extermination of the Jews took on various forms. A widespread form of cooperation between the military bodies and the SD was the practice of handing Jews detained for various transgressions by military patrols over to the SD for further treatment. Thus, the patrols formed by members of various companies of 683rd Motorized Military Police Detachment, which operated in southern Ukraine and the Crimean Peninsula, arrested several Jews between October 23rd and November 2nd, 1941. One of the arrestees lacked ID papers, while the rest were arrested for trying to hide to avoid persecution. The arrestees were either handed over to the SD or shot by patrolmen themselves, particularly in the territory of Belarus, which on the one hand was situated in the immediate rear of the German advance towards the Soviet capital of Moscow, and on the other hand possessed geographical features that favored the early emergence of guerrilla warfare. The Wehrmacht commanders who were responsible for securing lines of communications and supplies to the front fully internalized the perception of the Jews as a security hazard and pushed for their annihilation. Thus, in late September 1941, the commander of the area of Army Group Center, General Max von Schenkendorf, convened a conference on anti-partisan warfare in the city of Mogilev in eastern Belarus. It was attended by senior military SS and police commanders. It was there that the formula which I have used as a title of my presentation was worked out, fully equating Jews and partisans. At the same time, General Gustav von Bechtolsheim, commander of the Wehrmacht troops in central and western Belarusian areas, which had been under German civil administration since September 1941, also gave orders defining the Jews as the hereditary force, first of all things German, driving force behind the anti-German resistance. By soldiers of the 707th Infantry Division under his command played a leading role in the first wave of annihilation of the German population of these areas in fall-winter 1941. In other sectors of the German-Soviet front, Wehrmacht commanders of various levels also internalized the view of Jews as a security hazard and were only too eager to see them removed from the area of responsibility. In more than one instance, it was German military commanders who initiated murder operations against the Jews, although they usually preferred to leave the dirty job of murdering Jewish women and children to security units that had been specially trained for this task. And there were cases where local Wehrmacht commanders played a crucial role in the entire annihilation process, from the decision-making behind closed doors to the actual mass shooting at the open graves. One example of this, which I would like to conclude today's presentation, is the city of Liepaja in Latvia. Sorry, I wanted to show there. Somebody else.
Somebody has to
his
stop
screen.
sharing his screen.
Sorry.
Share now.
You see it?
No, not yet.
Share it again.
Wait. Sorry. Okay. No. Wait. Sorry, I thought some technical. In Liepaja in Latvia, the mass shooting of Jews in Liepaja began already in early July 1941, upon the direct orders of the fortress commandant. In the first couple of weeks of July 1941, hardly a day went by without the shooting of some hostages, mostly Jews. One peculiarity of the earlier massacres in Liepaja was the fact that the killing squads consisted almost exclusively of Wehrmacht soldiers and Navy personnel, while as the officers would usually preside over the execution and finish of the wounded. And here you can see this clip that I'm sharing now, which was filmed by one of the soldiers who happened to the place in the white suits, and the Wehrmacht and Navy soldiers. The Navy soldiers primarily functioning as the shooters at the pit, at the grave. Here you can see them. To sum up, the Wehrmacht soldiers and officers who crossed the Soviet border on June 29, 1941, were prepared to wage the war envisaged by the Nazi leadership. They accepted and internalized the perception of Jews as pillars of the communist regime, implacable enemies of Germany and the prime movers of the anti-German resistance. This mindset determined the role played by the Wehrmacht units, occupying institutions, and individual soldiers and officers at all stages of the persecution and annihilation of the Soviet Jews in the second half of 1941. When faced with the turn of Nazi anti-Jewish policy towards the goal of total physical annihilation, some of the officers and soldiers prepared to abstain from soiling their hands and leave the dirty job of murdering women and children to specially trained SS and police units. In many cases, however, they played an important role throughout the genocide process, initiating mass murder operations under the pretext of security measures and becoming full-fledged perpetrators rather than confining themselves to the role of passive observers or facilitators of the massacres. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leonid, for this striking presentation and the amazing footage you shared with us. If you can send a link to that footage, we'd appreciate it.
Yes,
It actually gives us an idea that the Wehrmacht did not limit itself to being only bystanders, but actually participated in the actual atrocities, things that we know, but every time it's mind-blowing. I would like to move to our next presenter, Dr. Maris Rowe-McCulloch, who is an assistant professor of modern European history at the University of Regina in Saskatchewan, Canada. In 2020, she was a postdoctoral fellow at the East European Institute of the Phi University in Berlin, and her paper emerges out of her current book manuscript, which is based on her PhD dissertation, The Holocaust and Mass Violence in the German-occupied city of Rostov-on-Don, 1941 to 1943, completed at the University of Toronto in 2019. Her research has been supported by the Sefo Center in Moscow, Russia, the Association for Jewish Studies, the Jewish Material Claims Conference, Solkagan Fellowship in Advanced Shoah Studies, and Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, among other organizations. Today, Dr. McCulloch will speak about Rostov-on-Don, the German military's violence of invasion, 1941 and 1942. Maris, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to try to share my screen now, and we're going to see how that goes, hopefully. Are people able to see the slides? All right, great. So I want to start by saying a huge thank you to the organizers of the conference. I was so excited to see the call for papers and to think about attending, and I'm really excited to hear everyone's exciting material. But I'm also thrilled to get to share some of my own research. So I look at the multiple occupations of the city of Rostov-on-Don, and today I'm going to talk about one aspect of the connection between violence and these multiple occupations in the city, and make an argument about what I think, looking at Rostov-on-Don specifically, can help us to understand about the German invasion of the Soviet Union as a whole. So, the southern Russian city of Rostov-on-Don, or Rostov-na-Donu, was occupied 2 separate times during World War II. Once for approximately 10 days in November 1941, and then again in the summer of 1942, that second occupation lasting until early February 1943. Examining the early days of both of these occupations, that is the period when the German military was still acting as an invading force before it became an occupying or administrative force, reveals that the Wehrmacht used similar tactics to gain control of the city and its civilian population both times it arrived. At the core of the German engagement with the Soviet population during both invasions was violence. So in this paper, I want to outline the types of violence that accompanied invasion and argue that all these different events, which I'm going to describe, can actually be understood together as a coherent phenomenon. So when the German military arrived at the start of both occupations, the occupiers used bursts of violence targeting civilians and captured Soviet soldiers in order to intimidate, to terrify, and ultimately to force city residents into submission. In the language of the occupiers, once they had succeeded, the city had been pacified. In addition to killing civilians and POWs, the German invaders also used aerial bombardment to kill city residents before each occupation began, and they stripped civilians of material goods necessary for long-term survival through looting in the days after their arrival. During all these violent moments, when the German invaders identified Jews, those Jews were much more likely to be targeted for deadly violence, which highlights how closely the Shoah was intertwined with other types of violence during the process of German invasion. So together, all of this interconnected violence can be understood as a single process or phenomenon, I'm arguing, and I've called this phenomenon the violence of invasion. And I want to give a few brief examples from the first occupation to help clarify how this violence worked, and then I'll talk about the second occupation also briefly. So the nature of street fighting in the first Battle of Rostov made the transition from urban battle to occupied city particularly complex. Bridges connecting the city of Rostov to territories on the other side of the Don River were destroyed by the retreating Red Army, which isolated some Soviet soldiers within the captured city. As a result, one of the first activities the occupying Germans engaged in was a cleansing operation. Again, I'm using their language, their euphemistic language. They were looking for remaining or hidden troops, which they referred to as partisans or bandits. However, the idea that Rostov was actually filled with partisan groups waiting to strike is misleading, since Soviet partisan organization was still in its infancy in 1941, particularly in southern Russia. It is much more accurate to think of any soldiers left in the city after the 21st of November, the day the Germans take control, as Red Army soldiers separated from their retreating units by circumstance. Some did indeed remove their uniforms and try to hide, but this was connected to the German treatment of captured Soviet soldiers within the city. Ekaterina Kisleva and her husband were taken to military occupation headquarters after she tried to intervene as Germans looted her apartment. And while she was there, Kisleva later reported that she witnessed people being divided into groups. At this time, anyone identified as a Red Army man was separated out and shot, alongside some male civilians. In another example, when the Soviet military liberated the city in the 28th of November, they discovered 100 captured Red Army soldiers who had been locked in a bathhouse without food or water on a street called the 28th Line in the Nakhichevan neighborhood. By the time the men were discovered, only 15 remained alive. The others had perished from cold and hunger. In the few cases where Red Army soldiers really did engage in irregular or guerrilla fighting during the first occupation, it was usually connected to the return of the Red Army during the battle to recapture the city, which began in earnest on November 27th. So again, this is a very short occupation. The day before, on the 26th of November, a few Soviet soldiers snuck across the Don River out of uniform and joined the wife of one of these men in an apartment building on a street known as the 36th Line. This wife, whose name was Merslova, hid the men in a defensive trench dug in the building's courtyard. At 8 in the morning, German soldiers came by to search the building, according to her, quote, looking for some partisans and remaining Red Army men. While some of the Germans went inside, one found the husband and his friend and threw a grenade into the trench where they hid. One of the Soviet men, however, apparently caught it, threw it back out, and presumably killed this German soldier. Following his death, a wave of retaliatory killings began along this street, the 36th Line. The residents of the building where the soldier was killed were all ordered to come out under threat of execution. After everyone emerged, Miroslava reported that, quote, in a wild rage, they, the Germans, began right there before the eyes of the women to shoot all the men, end quote. 7 men between the ages of 18 and 32 were killed on the spot. In the afternoon, German troops attacked another building on the same street. Didienko, a local who was shot but survived, stated that, quote, along the 36th Line alone, 61 men were shot at the fence of the Armenian Pedagogical School, end quote. The Germans also searched apartment building number 58 and then turned machine guns on the building. In yet another building on the street, women and crying children were not allowed to leave the courtyard after men had been led away, and they were still being held there in the November cold the next morning when a relative came looking for them. So the Germans searched for potential attackers, or what they would call partisans, on November 26th involved visiting violence upon the whole neighborhood. 2 days later, during the final day of the city's occupation, with Red Army counterattacks rapidly increasing, one of the largest and most well-documented episodes of civilian killing took place at the intersection of the Nulnoy Line and First Soviet Street, which is a central downtown intersection. A small number of Soviet fighters, like 3 or 4 maybe, had stationed themselves in a building near the crossroads and opened fire from the 4th floor of a house, killing 2 Germans. In response, German troops burst into the building, throwing incendiary bombs and grenades. The residents of this apartment building were huddling in the basement, which caught fire. As civilians fled outside, the Germans grabbed everyone, led them to a nearby site, and killed them. Among those shot, witnesses insisted, was not a single soldier. Understanding what awaited them if they exited, some people tried to remain in the building, but a witness named T. Chorostva reported, quote, "When it was impossible to sit in the burning basement because of the smoke and fire, citizen Kuklevsky shouted, 'Help' in German, and in response, a fascist threw a grenade into the cellar window," end quote. The Germans later parked tanks in Teatralnaya Park, located beside Nulnoy Line and First Soviet Streets, and began firing on adjacent residential buildings, setting them on fire. As civilians fled from the buildings, at least some of them were shot. The aftermath of this killing was captured on film by the liberating Soviets and became the focus of Soviet newsreel, or Soyuz Kinozhurnal number 114, released in December 1941. While they were still in the city, the German invaders wanted to ensure that Rostov residents understood why these killings were taking place. A witness recalled how, over a pile of bodies left on Nulnoy Line, quote, "These murderers made by dictation in Russian the inscription, 'Such a fate awaits all partisans.'" But then citizen Omolchenko went on to say, "What kind of partisans? They were only women, children, and old people," end quote. So while all this is happening in the first occupation, in November of 1941, Jewish city residents became prime targets of reprisals like the 2 I've discussed. The racial hierarchies that governed the Nazi worldview shaped German perceptions of who was dangerous, including Soviet men thought to be fighters, regular or irregular, and Soviet Jews. And this shaped who became targets of violence. A teenager named Vladimir Smirnov was seized by the German soldiers in the park near the Nulnoy First Soviet intersection on November 28th and was held with a group of captured civilians. One of the first questions that was asked of the group by German soldiers was, who was Jewish? The people identified were then immediately shot. However, due to time constraints, the occupiers did not have time to organize a mass shooting of the city's Jewish community during the first occupation. That came later, early in the second occupation, in August 1942, and it would be the largest execution of Jews on the territory of Russia, RSFSR, during the Holocaust. So on top of all this violence, the occupiers also stole extensively from individual city residents. On November 22nd, a German was reported to have seized a child's food rations consisting of meat and eggs from the children's home. Others described soldiers visiting their homes and taking food and clothing stores from their cupboards. An 82-year-old man even reported the Germans stole the warm blanket off his bed. People also reported that German soldiers stopped them in the street, demanding their hat or their boots. But the type of items taken make it clear that it was looting not simply aimed at replenishing German military stocks. In the aftermath of the first occupation, in January 1942, children in Rostov schools were set the task of writing essays about their experience during occupation. And one student described how, quote, when 11-year-old Yura did not give a gramophone to a German, the brutalized robber killed him with a rifle butt, end quote. German sources written during the period of the first occupation of Rostov-on-Don actually reinforce this picture. While trying to reassure family and friends back home in Germany that they were all right in letters they wrote from Rostov, soldiers openly and unabashedly admitted to looting, though they didn't give it that name. One letter writer wrote to his mother that it, quote, was a street fight. They, the Soviets, barricaded everything, shot from the windows and everywhere else. Here we made a good profit of both butter and sugar. I ate and did not economize on either butter or cheese, end quote. So he makes a direct connection between the style of intense fighting, and the sort of entitlement to whatever food products he came across. And there are many other letters that do something similar. All these German behaviors together, killing captured Soviet soldiers, shooting civilians in reprisal killings, leaving bodies as warnings, and stealing essential supplies from city residents. All of that was experienced by the people of Rostov as a single coherent phenomenon. And I call this phenomenon the violence of invasion. It reoccurred during the beginning of the second occupation in the summer of 1942. As part of Operation Blue, the eastward push towards the oil fields of the Caucasus and to Stalingrad, the German military once again launched an attack on the city of Rostov-on-Don. Rostov residents once again experienced the German invasion of their city as a moment of incredible public violence. Although the massacres that took place during the first occupation generally targeted specific streets, buildings, or people, and often, not always, but often, in response to an identifiable event, the same cannot be said of the second invasion. The German drive to force the city into submission through violence, or as they would say, to pacify it, was much more intense the second time around. From the earliest days of the second occupation, incoming Germans saw, or feared they saw, partisans everywhere. German anxieties about bandits lurking in attics and in basements pervade contemporary Wehrmacht reports. Once again, some Red Army soldiers remained trapped in the city, and they did shed their uniforms to try and hide among civilians. But after the treatment captured soldiers had received during the previous occupation, it's not hard to imagine what motivated these men to believe that the rules of war would not protect them. The day after they arrived in the city, German soldiers began performing sweeps of neighborhoods, searching apartment buildings and homes, looking for soldiers. In reality, anyone who was a male between the ages of 14 up to perhaps their early 60s was in danger. E. Barsukov recalled, "Those who are older remembered the Germans in 1918 when they occupied Rostov." He's referring to a brief occupation during the First World War. He continues, and they said, "Do not panic. The Germans are a cultured nation. They will not do anything to us." We sobered up very quickly. Raids began. The streets were overrun. My uncle, Pavel Ivanovich, got into such a roundup and he was almost shot. End quote. Others were not so fortunate and did not escape alive. On the 24th of July, a 14-year-old boy named Vasya was shot on Frunze Street because 3 gun cartridges were found in his pocket. In the evening of the same day, German soldiers came to an apartment building on Ulyanovsk Street. They brought the residents out of their shelter in the basement, asked if there were any soldiers among them, and then began searching all the apartments in the building. After this, the men of number 38 Ulyanovsk, more than 40 people, were led across the street to a courtyard opposite and were executed, apparently because one German soldier had been found dead in their building courtyard. In this case, the killings were explicitly carried out in front of civilian witnesses, that is, the women and children of the same building. Also on the 25th of July, 35 people were shot dead in the courtyard of building number 27 on Krasny Zor because the body of one German was found in the vicinity. Among those executed were 3 teenage boys ages 14, 15, and 17, along with men too old for military service, making it clear that these executions were designed to send a message to nearby civilians, not merely to reduce the number of perceived partisans. The invaders then forbade the neighbors to bury the bodies for 7 days. In another case, hundreds of civilians were rounded up, held hostage in a building courtyard overnight, forced to witness the execution of Soviet POWs, and then were photographed for German entertainment. In this second occupation, for many of the people who became targets, it seems that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The relatively indiscriminate nature by which victims of violence were selected by the German occupiers was one of the key markers of what I call the violence of invasion. Another marker was the public performative nature of the violence. When the violence, and this is in both the first and second occupations, when violence did occur in this period, the invaders did not hide it from the public. On the contrary, violence against a few specific individuals was often carried out in front of civilian witnesses, used to send a message to the broader population of Rostov-on-Don. Throughout these events, people once again had their property stolen, either from their person or during apartment searches by members of the invading army. For Rostov's Jewish community, the members who remained in the city at the time of the second invasion, they were not identified, rounded up, and then killed immediately. This took a few weeks, and it began once the occupation regime was more firmly established at the very beginning of August. So the invasion of the city starts at the beginning of the last week of July. And so I call that entire final week of July 1942 the second period of the second invasion, and then the occupation really gets going beginning of August. So before August, Jewish city residents were still particularly vulnerable. Rostov-on-Don resident V.A. Tokarev was arrested as a communist during a raid that took place on July 28th, 1942. After the German occupiers cordoned off the neighborhood he lived in and began searching houses. While held in a city prison, Tokarev reported that fellow arrestees were sorted into different ethnic groups: Russians, Ukrainians, and Jews. Following this, I'm quoting him now, 40 to 45 males of Jewish origin who were there before our eyes and in the presence of the German soldiers were beaten severely with sticks and rubber tubes from gas masks with iron tips. And then all of them were imprisoned in the basement of the Rostov prison, end quote. Also, during the hostage situation that I mentioned earlier, when neighborhood residents were held in a courtyard and forced to watch Soviet POWs being shot, Jews were also singled out. After all those events had happened, as the civilians were finally released to go home, the two groups who were not permitted to leave were Jews and commissars. Instead, they were led behind the building where Soviet prisoners of war had been shot only hours before. While their ultimate fate is unknown, the witnesses who described this were allowed to leave, and they did. It's highly likely that all those people were killed that day as well. As these examples from July 1942 show, the German military's behavior during the second invasion of Rostov-on-Don was an amplified, more extreme version of their actions in November 1941. In both cases, large public bursts of violence turned against select Soviet POWs and civilians were used to send a message of obedience and subservience to the remaining city residents. Following the period of the second invasion, however, a shift took place. And so I would mark this change at the beginning of August 1942, after a week of invasion. With this shift, violence in the city became more targeted, it became less public, and it was contained to specific locations, including the ravine where the Jewish community would ultimately be shot on August 11th and 12th. This shift helps to highlight the fact that the use of violence during the invasion of the city was not the only possible form of interaction between the Wehrmacht and Soviet civilians. Instead, it was a specific form of interaction used during periods of insecurity from the perspective of the military, when control was being established, but was not yet fully achieved. In conclusion, my research focuses on the multiple occupations of Rostov-on-Don, but it's my belief that similar patterns would be found during the arrival of German soldiers to other cities in the occupied USSR throughout 1941 and into 1942. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maris, for a thought-provoking presentation, which reveals that the invasion, the violence was part of the invasion practices the German Wehrmacht, German soldiers were influenced before the invasion. I just want to say that if any of you would like to ask questions, you're free to post them on the Zoom chat. And at the end of the session, after all speakers finish, we will have a discussion, a collective one. I'd like to move to our third speaker for today, Dr. Bastiaan Willems, and he is Leverhulme, a broad postdoctoral fellow at the Ludwig Maximilians Universität in Munich. His research examines violence and forced migration during the Third Reich and its immediate aftermath, and he currently analyzes the impact of German intra-ethnic violence on the German late war society, and recently published his book, Violence and Defeat, The Wehrmacht on German Soil, 1944 to 1945, in Cambridge University Press in 2021. How about that? He is also the author of 7 peer-reviewed articles and publications. And today, Dr. Bastiaan Willems will speak about his title of his presentation is From Mogilev to Königsberg, Army Group Center and the Evacuation of Civilians. Bastiaan, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much, Yaron, and thank you to everyone for organizing this conference. Let me first go to the share screen. There we go. I hope that everyone can see it. Can everyone see it? Can I get a nod from someone? Yes, okay, that's perfect. Please. Yeah, okay. There we go, yeah. So, what I'd like to do today is something a little bit different than most other panelists. What I'd like to do is to compare two events, one that is classified as a war crime and one that can rightly be considered brutal or criminal in nature, but has not been tried in the post-war years. One is better known within the wider scope of the events, and the others a little bit less known. We'll get to that one. We'll get to that. So let's go first to these two events that I will be discussing. The events take place in 1944 and 1945. So actually at the other end of the Second World War, is what we're discussing today. So. I'm first looking at a case in Belarus, in Osarichi, where 50,000 people were deemed useless eaters. Among them, a very large number of people suffering from typhus were corralled in camps. Now, this was a premeditated action conducted by the Wehrmacht and was very brutal in nature, took place over the course of about 2 weeks, and cost the life of close to 10,000 people during this period, and takes place in March 1944. Then, roughly 1 year later, something similar, or at least I argue, happens, and this is when Wehrmacht soldiers once again transport civilians unable to assist in the defense of Königsberg, who were moved to nearby refugee camps, where they received little to no support from authorities. Now, what prompted this paper was my initial observation that I think there are remarkable similarities between these two events, and which warrant further investigation. I want to stress that this is really the beginning phase of my research into this, and I would really hugely appreciate the feedback and comments on this argument. So what I'd like to consider in this paper is the Eastern Front's colonial dimension. Obviously, colonial debates are becoming more pronounced nowadays, and I think it makes a lot of sense to consider the Eastern Front more closely in the colonial debates. And in particular, I'd like to work with the boomerang thesis of Hannah Arendt. The boomerang thesis, and here I have two scholars who try to summarize it. Is that the violence against subject races can spread to the imperial nation. It's Alexander Etkind, or put differently, imperialism rebounded on the imperialists as the colonialists transmitted back to the state their ethnic of ruthlessness. So what I'll do is I'll work with 4 means of comparison today. So the location of the camps, want to compare what it means to fight a war of annihilation or total war, by which I mean the ideological motivations underpinning these evacuations, the military necessity, what this means, the practical implementation, and then finally agency and recourse of civilians. Now let's first start with the location of the camps, and we start with the case of Belarus. What we see here on this map is that the German army in March 1944 has to retreat a little bit. It's front shortening because they are in a salient, so they fear that they might be cut off. So the area that you see here in red is being abandoned. So this means that my apologies, ambulance is coming by. This means that this area is about to be given up, but in the areas that you see here behind there, a lot of civilians are housed, many of them women and children and people with illnesses. This is the area of operations, so-called area of operations, which means in short that the army has the final responsibility, and it operates here together with the SS, which is something that I will turn to shortly. Now, in East Prussia, the civilians are being evacuated from the city and Festung Königsberg, and they are once again in the area of operations. And also, again, in this area of operations, the army has the final responsibility. But given that it's back on German soil, it has to share that responsibility, at least partly, with the party itself. This is an uneasy relationship, but it is the army, once again, that has the final responsibility. Now, just so that we know roughly where it is on the map, hope that we can see my mouse. Yeah, there we go. So this is where the Osarici camp is, and this is where the camps around Königsberg are. Now, why is this important? So this is both on the Eastern Front. What I think we tend to forget a little bit is that this is conducted by the same group of men, and these group of men do not necessarily see the fighting as distinctly different. They still operate in the same units. They have the same enemy in front of them. A lot of it stays the same, except for the quite obvious fact that they are now on home soil. But this map is really just to show there is not a big distance between Germany and the Soviet Union, which I think people attending today are aware of a little bit better. But I think a lot of people tend to think that Germany and the Soviet Union are quite far from each other. So this is what this map shows. Also very important, and I think this is very often forgot, is that the area of operations is a little bit of a misnomer. We tend to think of the area of operations as a place where the tanks are, a place where the soldiers are, which is of course true, but it's also the area that is under martial law. So it is where the military calls the shots and where civilian law is being suspended. Also important, although this is not a point that I will be going in today, is that of course many of the officers and generals involved in these in the crimes in Osarici will be the same as the officers in Königsberg, but this is not a paper that looks to individual responsibility, but rather to command culture as a whole. Now let's move to the War of Annihilation, or total war. Immediately, the first two papers we heard, and I'm sure we're going to hear it many, many times more, is that the overt racism that we hear in letters, in orders, and this is incredibly common in 1941, 1942. In defeat and during retreat, this is a little bit harder. Of course, you can no longer talk about the opportunities that Lebensraum might give you are on the retreat, so this is no longer a factor of importance. Ideas about something like racial domination over conquered peoples is just no longer apply to the same. These people either survive or they die at the hands of the retreating armies, depending on the where and when. You don't need overt anti-Semitic or anti-communist language anymore to explain your actions. This doesn't mean that people are no longer motivated by these things, but as we will see, you don't necessarily need that language. Now, all this makes it, of course, quite challenging for historians because it is much harder in defeat to exactly pinpoint what constitutes a genocidal crime, because there is no direct racist order linking something to a racist act. This is much more, let's say, between the lines than it is in the earlier years. So what we are left with, if we want to examine this, is the actions of the commanders involved. So were the deaths of the, in this case, Soviet civilians, were they premeditated? So if we look at what happens at Ozarichi, we do know that the brutality is deliberate. The clearest marker, almost like as part of a genocide checklist, is that there is an SS Sonderkommando nearby, Sonderkommando 7A, who participates in evacuating civilians from behind the front lines, from the area of operations to these camps. What is more is that there is a awareness that among these civilians, there's a high number of typhus cases among this Soviet population. And also we know that the commanders of the units involved were thoroughly aware of the risks of bringing people with typhus into contact with other people. So what we see here on the right is more anecdotal, but nevertheless important. This is what you put at the last page of your Soldbuch if you're a German soldier. This is a so-called Fleckviewer-Merkblatt. And I just take out one quote. And it says a large part of the rural population, particularly the Jews, are lice-ridden, so verloused. So overt racist language tied to concept of hygiene. And you see that these combine here in this sort of documents. We know that the Ninth Army, which oversees a part of these evacuations, is advised by the fanatic and unrepentant professor of hygiene and bacteriology, Felix von Bormann. He had been actively experimenting with typhus and the way this can be used even as a weapon of war. And so what ends up happening is that a large number of Soviet civilians, they are brought to this camp. So they're in fact pushed forward, if you will. So they are pushed in the general direction of the Red Army, where they are left in the open. It is March 1944. It's not warm at this time. Without food, without shelter, in the cold. Whenever they would try to flee, there would be mass shootings. And we even know that there are shellings just to make sure that these people stay in these camps. Now, turning to the refugee camps on the Samland Peninsula near Königsberg. This, of course, looks very, very different in this respect. So civilians were part of the same folk. So the transports are not motivated by racism. This doesn't mean that the German armed forces are not still fighting a war of worldviews. They are still having the same enemy in front of them. They are still, for example, executing Polish forced laborers or Red Army prisoners of war. And what has changed over the years is that German commanders look at civilians very differently than they did before. That we already heard in our last paper. You see that civilians are looked at with increasing skepticism, and obviously this doesn't translate one-on-one, but you see that the civilian is viewed very differently than he or she was in, let's say, 1938. So this becomes even more profound as a result of ideas regarding total war. In 1943, as I think most of us will know, civilians are asked to contribute with the total war, which means that from that point on, can be measured along the yardstick of how useful are you within the defense of your homeland, Germany. So if you look here at this picture, this is taken around the same time of the siege, although a little bit further to the west. So like we arbeiten und kämpfen für den Sieg. So like we work and fight for victory. So these are two equally important parts to the person writing this on this wall. And this doesn't come about by chance. So we know, for example, about a quite famous meeting that takes place between Party Chancellery and the OKW on 6 January 1945, which is a week before the main Soviet winter offensive into Eastern Germany commences, where it states, if necessary, leaving behind the civilian population in territory to be occupied by an enemy must be accepted. Now, Allied sources also pick up on this report, because it's a quite long report actually, and summarized as follows. So the Allied offensive is not to be followed by large-scale evacuation, which would meet in the Reich interior the stream of refugees from the east, thus hampering military and civilian movements. Even women and children to remain, but nobody capable of working for the Allies to be left. Elements of the population remaining behind no longer to be regarded as traitors. I'd like to pick out two things of this quote. First, of course, the women and children are possible to be left behind. It is clear here that only the men, only the people who can contribute are of any value within within the evacuation measures, and also the fact that people who consider staying behind would already be regarded as traitors, and that it has to be spelled out that they are in fact not traitors if they choose to stay behind. Now, then we turn to the concept of military necessity. The concept of military necessity is very often used as a way to excuse your behavior. You can say, oh, like scorched earth policy, living off the land, it is all military necessity. I think the best work, if you want to dive in this a little bit further, would be the work of Jeff Rutherford. So if you look in Belarus, you see military necessity in the idea that retreating units can rid themselves of useless eaters. So, and here I'm again citing one of the reports of the German High Command there. So primarily people with epidemics, cripples, old people and women, with more than 2 children under the age of 10, as well as others incapable of work, are to be rounded up. So you see also, these are people, I should say actually, who have already been retreating with the German armed forces. They have been pushed ahead of the German retreat, very often because their family members, for example, participated in German defensive actions, for example, by digging defenses, and they would bring along their families. Yeah, so this all takes place against the backdrop of the hunger plan, of course, scorched earth policy. And what does this also mean is that very few German soldiers actually consider the evacuations to Osarici a war crime. They might consider it unpleasant, of course, but this has been happening for so long that there are very few who indicate this to be a war crime, because after the war, and this is why the Osarici case is relatively, and that's really within inverted commas, relatively well known. This is tried in the Soviet Union, so we do know a little bit about these crimes and the way that the Germans presented their defense for it. Now, in East Prussia, the rank and file are, I'd say, quite motivated by humanitarian concerns. So they feel that they have to protect the civilian population. But then again, they are not really the ones calling the shots, of course. Like this is the officers and above all a number of generals. And when they discuss these kind of matters, they talk about they have to be evacuated out of the combat zone, not out of any humanitarian concerns, but rather because this would increase what is known as the Kampfbeweglichkeit, so the preparedness or the possibility to move well during battle. What they also stress time and again, that the transport of equipment and goods is much more important than the transport of civilians. And there is only a very limited amount of coal, for example, and oil, and you're just not that willing to dedicate that to the evacuation of civilians. Of course, some of you might know about the Volkssturm, which is like a people's militia, forced militia that is of boys as young as 16 to men as old as 60. So everyone has to join. So these men, even though they are not capable of fighting, they are now incorporated into the military command structure. And then in Königsberg, you have something that is called Festungsdienst, which is, and here again I quote, it is meant for man, women, and child to contribute 4 hours per day in the defense of Königsberg, regardless of age. So we have sources of a boy of roughly 8 years old, for example, but also women well over the age of 60 who have to contribute in the defense. Also just a brief nod to the Nero orders. Again, this happens to the same background, and we tend to use the Nero orders as proof of the brutalized party setting on fire everything that they could get their hands on. But again, this happens in the area of operations of the military, and it's above all the military carrying these things out. Now, finally, we turn to agency and recourse of civilians. We can be very short when it comes to the agency and recourse of Belarusian or Soviet civilians. There was just very little, but let's talk a little bit more about it. So these were normally helpers, so-called hiwis, so Hilfswillige. These could be cooks or could be helping in anti-partisan operations. They could be administrators, but also they could be these useless eaters, and they could be like a threat to the hygiene. What is most important is that many of them were just dehumanized in German propaganda. So there was very little concern for their well-being. You will see that they are when they are being transported to these camps, they're like lifted from their beds. So this operation starts in the middle of the night. So again, just as a way to remove agency from them. Forced evacuations, as already said, are already incredibly common. So parents are deliberately separated from their children, and they are transported quite effectively by rail and on foot. And this effectiveness means that there's just a lot of military involvement that ensures this. They leave behind this Osirichi camp without food and without shelter as an issue to be solved for the Red Army. Again, I want to stress here that at this time, typhus is spreading like absolute wildfire. So there's very strong evidence to suggest that typhus is used as a sort of bioweapon, if you will, because they know that this area is about to be overrun by the Red Army, and they leave the Red Army to deal with it. Then in East Prussia, of course, East Prussian civilians are very different to the German forces, to the Wehrmacht. So they are members of the Volk. So these are families, neighbors, compatriots. But this also means that being a German, that they had a duty since, let's say, since 1943. Namely, they have to contribute in this total war in the survival of Germany. So German civilians were given a choice, but again, like within inverted commas, to stay. Others were not allowed to evacuate, again, such as the Volkssturm members, which in turn also prompted their family to stay. So evacuation starts on the 24th of January 1945. And those who refused were denied ration cards. So again, you see here a little bit of that useless eater sentiment. So the situation in these camps is also completely inadequate. We know of cases of hunger and dysentery. A medical commission is dispatched to deal with that, but achieves very, very little. A large number of civilians returned to Königsberg or went into hiding to ensure that they would not go to these camps. But those in the camps end up organizing a hunger march in anger, out of anger, and return to Königsberg. And we have also a source from commander of Königsberg who says, like, before long, the women that were accommodated there showed up to me with their children and friends and asked me, wringing their hands, to allow them back in their houses and lodgings, since they at least had something to eat there. So evacuation is halted on the 10th of March, 1945, and the Fortress Command cites technical issues. So
we are running out of time, so please conclude, okay?
Yeah, preliminary conclusions and observations. So did the armed forces transmit back their ethic of ruthlessness once they return to home soil? What do they leave at the border as they retreat back to Germany? So on one hand, you see that the differences are numerous and profound. So the evacuation of German civilians is not lethal by design, and the German civilians do have some agency. You do see, on the other hand, that racism and preconceptions were shaped by years of fighting. So the racist dismissal of enemies does not translate into deeper appreciation of own population. So here you see like the attitude of tough love and really calloused disregard and applied for the population. And I will leave it there, and I would welcome any questions and remarks. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you very much for another very important presentation. In a way, a transformation of insight, in my opinion, and the whole conception of barbarization of warfare, as pointed out by Omel Baltov many years ago, gets a new meaning after hearing your presentation. So thank you for that. We will continue with our next presenter. The next speaker is Daniele Gioia, and I think he's our youngest panelist today, but nevertheless his achievements are very impressive. Daniele in December of 2016 has achieved his bachelor degree in history, 110 out of 110 cum laude at the University of Florence, with a dissertation on Nazi policies in occupied Poland, 1939 to 1945. In 2018, he was a visiting scholar at Yad Vashem International Institute for Holocaust Research, working as a volunteer for the deportation project under the direction of Dr. Joel Zissenwein. His task was to search and translate from Italian to English all the available documentation in the Yad Vashem archives concerning the Nazi transports from Italy between 1943 to 1945. In April 2019, he achieved his master's degree in historical sciences. Again, 110 out of 110 cum laude at the University of Florence, with a dissertation on Nazi extermination policies in Belarusia between 1941 and 1944. And he is currently a PhD candidate at Florence and Siena Doctoral College, and working at a project on the Florentine Church in World War II and its strict connection of AIDS and assistance to local civilians. In other words, former Italian POWs, Jews, and partisans. Today, Daniele will speak about between annihilation and resistance, the Jews in Slonim between 1941 and 1944. Daniele, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for the invitation. Let me say that I'm very glad and honored to be and to present here. But before the discussion, I must say that my presentation won't include any PowerPoints, since it is intended to be chiefly a description of the events that I'm going to do. So it won't be any problem for anyone. as I say, my presentation today will concern a case of local study in Belarus under Nazi occupation, and namely the story of Slonim's Jewry. Since the German occupation of Belarus during World War II has been the theme of my master graduation discussion at university, I chose Slonim for this occasion because I believe that the story of its Jewish community and the fate of the people living there may include lots of the topics and the issues that has been treated here and that will be treated subsequently. So, since Slonim is a town located in western Belarus, very close to the Polish border, Germans reached the town just a few days after the launch of Barbarossa. This was a very dangerous feature for the Jews living there that counted on 22,000 people. Very few of them were able to be evacuated before the Germans' arrival at the outskirts of the town, and very few succeeded with their own feet to run from the Germans. This means that almost all the 20,000 Jews of Slonim remained under German occupation. It seems that Germans authorities were not able to instigate local pogrom in Slonim and other areas of Belarus, differently from what they did in other areas of Soviet Union, like Western Ukraine or Lithuania, where the nationalism of local population was stronger and it was easier to attack Jews after the very beginning of Barbarossa, accusing them of crime or communism, Bolshevism. Nevertheless, German authorities in Slonim immediately started a policy of persecution and systematic violence against the Jews. They immediately start with act of robberies, humiliations, and yellow badge, and the so-called Intelligenzia Action in mid-July 1941. The Intelligenzia Action was an act of reprisal where over 1,200 Jews were executed by the Einsatzkommando and Order Police Battalion 316. They were in fact supposed to be the member of the so-called Jewish intelligentsia, Bolshevist Jewish intelligentsia, that Nazi were hunting in those days. Anyway, the Action of mid-July 1941 was not the worst, but just the beginning of the Nazi persecution and systematic murder of Slonim's Jewish population. Indeed, in November 1941, in Slonim occurred maybe the worst and bloodiest massacre of Jewry in all Western Belarus. Between November the 13th and 14th, very large German detachments made of SS and police commando with Lithuanians and Latvians, or local police, and especially the Wehrmacht Security Division 707 start to arrest in mass all the Jews they could. It means that
I can't help that because everybody's home. Your fucking mess is on the fucking
Is there a
table.
problem?
Get rid of your fucking school books, lunch books, and sit on that fucking table for a damn week now.
I think there's a problem. I hear other.
Try to mute.
Go do it now.
Sorry about that.
Person on mute.
The dishwasher's yours.
Sorry about that.
It's okay, no matter.
Okay, can we continue?
Yeah, sure. As I was saying, in November, the Nazi authorities started a very heavy massacre against the Jews. They arrested in mass something like 10,000 people from the town, and they driven them to a wood not far from Slonim that was called Chepilovo. What is important to point out in the case of this Nazi action is that even if the organization of the arrest
Daniele, you are on mute.
sorry. I was saying, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was saying that even if the action was in the firm hands of the Nazi SS commando under the SS Untersturmführer Waldemar Hamelung, the firing squads during the action was made mainly by Wehrmacht soldiers that had no regrets to humiliate and to kill over 10,000 Jews. On November 14, after 48 hours, in fact, 10,000 dead bodies of Jews were lying in the mass graves previously dug in Chepilovo. It is also important to state that Wehrmacht was not the only German agency involved in this massacre. The civilian administration too had an important role in the action. As the Slonim's Gebietskommissar Gerd Herrn stated, I'm very glad that this action has happened, since the SS had liberated the town from, this is what Herrn said, 10,000 useless Jewish parasites. This is how he called the Jews that were brutally murdered the days before. In December 1941, the ghetto in Slonim was created, and it was intended not to be only the ghetto for the Jews living in Slonim, but also for all those Jews living in the countryside and in the township not far from Slonim. So between 1941 and 1942, circa 15,000 Jews were living in Slonim ghettos in appalling conditions, with no medical aids, no food supplies, nothing and nothing. It resulted in several deaths and losses of Jews. But at the same time, in winter 1941-1942, some of the Slonim Jews were also able to create the first anti-fascist committee that was intended to organize an armed resistance against German power. Its main member, Avram Blumowitz and Arik Stein, tried to make their first contact with Soviet bands operating outside Slonim. And in the first months of 1942, they succeeded in smuggling weapons and ammunition inside the ghetto for what was to be intended an armed uprising against Germans when they would liquidate the ghetto. One of the most fortunate action that the Jewish resistance in Slonim was able to complete was a fortunate ambush in spring 1942, when Soviet partisans defeat a heavy German commando, killing most of the soldiers and stealing their weapons. And it was done also thanks to the information they had received from the Slonim's ghetto. Nevertheless, it was not enough to stop the German persecutions and systematic murder. since in late June 1942, the German authorities from Minsk decided that Slonim ghetto had to cease to exist. One of the biggest detachment of security police, Gestapo, Waffen-SS, Baltic auxiliaries, and even this time also Wehrmacht units started encircle the ghetto and arresting or killing all the people inside. The Jews failed because of the rapidity of the action, the armed uprising they had planned in the previous winter. What resulted was a very horrible slaughter, since the Germans, to prevent any Jewish combat or resistance, start setting on fire the ghetto flat by flat and street by street. In the first day after June 29th, something like 4,000 Jews were driven to the Petrolevici forest and murdered them. But in the case of Slonim's ghetto liquidation, not only the SS and the SD had the role to destroy this Jewish ghetto. In the first weeks of July, the German gendarmerie, had the role to look for all those Jews who had sought refuge or were still hiding in the ghetto. And it is really impressive that these 50 whole years men that were not able to fight on the front line were so cruel in arresting, catching, and killing mercilessly all the Jews. In conclusion, after the Slonim's ghetto liquidation, 8,000 to 10,000 Jews had been brutally murdered by all these German agencies. But after the ghetto's liquidation, other 400 Jews had succeeded at the same time in fleeing to the forest, where they create their first partisan combat organization. As Isaac Arad stated in his masterpiece, The Holocaust of the Soviet Union, 2009, the forest south of Slonim, like the Rafalovka forest or the Volshenora forest, knew some of the best and well-organized Jewish combat formations. It must be remarked here that some of the Jews fighting in this forest were brigade made primarily by Jews or mixed Soviet Jews, like the Lenin brigade from the Jews of the Regina, and the Shors unit, who was primarily made by Jews from Slonim, but under the command of Soviet Lieutenant Pavel Pronyagin. The same German authorities had to admit that Jews had a ruling part in the fighting and in the resistance in the area. The same Gerd Herren stated in September 1942. The Jews are playing a large role in all the destruction and the sabotage here. This is what he stated in September. But the life in the forest outside the ghetto was very harsh and was difficult for the Jews, since they had to face the German counterattack, especially for what concerned the so-called pacification action or the anti-partisan German action that Christian Gerlach stated as to be some of the worst military actions against civilians in all Eastern Europe. Nevertheless, some of them were able to resist and to fight until the Operation Bagration, the Soviet counteroffensive that pushed Germany out of Belarus to Poland and freed all the Belarusian towns, including Slonim, that was liberated on July the 10th. When the Soviets entered back in Slonim on July the 10th, they found a very, very short number of Jews. there were only less than 1,000 Jews out of a population of a pre-war population of 22,000 Jews. And in conclusion, I would like to state what a Jewish girl who survived the war together with Partisan, Sela Marocca, this was her name, stated after the war. She recalled her experience during the partisan warfare in the forest and what it means for the people living there. So the fear, the German reprisals, and the constant fear. She said that the partisans he met were sometimes not less anti-Semitic than other partisans in Eastern Europe, like Polish or Lithuanian or even Ukrainian partisans. The partisans were rude men, and they didn't hesitate to threaten or to kill those Belarusian farmers who didn't support the Soviet cause. But Sela Marocca said, if I'm still alive, it's because of them, and my life is for them. If you go today in Slonim, in the Petrolevich forest, you can find an obelisk commemorating the Jews that were killed there. But it is important to remark that the obelisk that was built between 1964 and 1967 didn't mention the word Jews. It mentioned over the tens of thousands Soviet peaceful citizens, but not Jews. And Jews were the primary victims of this. So I would like, for what concerns my presentation, to dedicate my presentation to both the victims and the survivors of Nazi terror in Slonim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniele, for another very important presentation, which again, Wehrmacht participation is evident all the way through. The atrocities. Thank you for the innovation on the resistance in Slonim, the ghetto. That is something that is still in need of research. But thank you again, and we will now move to our last speaker for this session. And I am delighted to invite Dr. Craig Luther to speak. Craig, can you hear us? You hear? Hi, Craig. Please unmute yourself. Dr. Craig Luther served for 27 years as a civilian U.S. Air Force historian, and he's now retired. Okay, great. Thank you. So Dr. Luther served as a U.S. Air Force historian and now retired. He is a former Fulbright scholar, completed his doctorate in modern European history with an emphasis on Nazi Germany at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and has written 8 books on World War II. His book, Barbarossa Unleashed, has been characterized as a landmark study, unprecedented in scope and analysis by professional reviewers. His more recent publication, The First Day on the Eastern Front, Germany Invades the Soviet Union, June 22nd, 1941, very relevant for today, came out in 2018 and was honored by the prestigious Secretariat of Book Reviewers on WW2 Stone and Stone World War II books as one of the best half-dozen books on WW2 released in 2018. He lives in Tehachapi, California with his wife, Therese, and there he wants us to know that they have a zoo of 10 cats, 2 dogs, 2 horses, and 2 pot-bellied pigs named Earl and Ambrose, and they're all sending good tidings to their friends in Israel. So I am very happy to give Craig the floor for some good old traditional military history. Please, the floor is yours, Craig.
Thanks. It is good old traditional military history. And let me begin by just saying I have this apocalyptic battle that went on in my brain. Should I read my study? Because in the academic world, most people don't do more traditional military history these days. Or should I just, as we like to say in California vernacular, just wing it and get up and just talk? And I've decided, I keep going back and forth, but I've decided I'm just going to wing it, because I would never get through my entire talk in 20 minutes anyway.
So if I can disturb you for a moment, I just forgot to read the title of your presentation.
Oh,
the title is "Russia is Not France: 3 Combat Actions on 22nd of June 1941 that shocked the German soldier." Please proceed.
Okay. My late father-in-law, you may know this name, Dr. Charles Burdick, a dear sweet man and a mentor of mine, who wrote many books on German military history. One of his final book was a history of, or a biography, I should say, of General de Gebirgstruppen, General of Mountain Troops, Hubert Lanz. And it came out in 1982, which I think was the year that Lanz passed away. But I'll be talking about Lanz in a minute here in some detail. But in his book, Dr. Burdick points out that the German army, that the Ostheer that went into Russia in June of 1941, was probably the best trained, best equipped, and one of the most experienced armies the world had ever seen. It was certainly the largest invasion army that the world had ever seen. And if you look at what the Soviets love to call the correlation of forces along the German-Soviet demarcation line, both the Germans and the Russians had about 3 million soldiers committed to what they call the frontier battles, which lasted roughly until the 9th of July, when the Novogrodek-Belostok-Minsk pocket was cleared up. That said, the Soviets had the largest army in the world at that point. Since about 1937, they had undertaken just an absolutely massive modernization program. And when the Germans struck, we're in the middle of a complete changeover of their equipment, of their armored fighting vehicles, their aircraft, and we're very much in the middle of that process when the Germans struck. But the Russians had many more artillery pieces, many more tanks and armored fighting vehicles, and many more aircraft than the Germans had. In fact, the Germans attacked with about just under 3,600 tanks and assault guns, which ironically enough is the same number of tanks that Saddam Hussein had in Iraq for the first Gulf War. But the Russians had something like 20,000 tanks, of which half or more than half were deployed in the Western frontier regions. For example, in the Kiev Soviet military district, General Kirponos had some 7,800 tanks, and attacking with German Army Group South into the Ukraine, into that area, was Kleist's 1st Panzer Group, with only a total of 715 tanks versus almost 5,000. In aircraft, the ratios were also very similar. I think the Russians had something like 7,000 aircraft in the frontier regions. The Germans attacked with about 2,300 operational planes. Of course, the Germans had the advantage of surprise. They had the advantages that I just mentioned of experience of 21 months of war, supremely confident, tremendous morale, terrific training, and all these things were tremendous force multipliers for the Germans when they crossed the frontier. They also attacked their main focuses or schwerpunkts of their attack all along the front. They also managed to create tremendous force ratios, just overwhelming force ratios in their favor. Now, to get there's a myth out there, which I know most of our folks are much more sophisticated than this, and are aware that this is certainly not the case. But many people out there believe that the German army it just cut through the Red Army like a knife through butter in the summer and early fall of 1941, and was only stopped by the mud of the Rasputitsa and the snow outside Moscow in the late fall and early winter. Well, that of course is a very simplified version, which has seen a lot of justified revision in recent years. But I don't know if the people that are listening to this, unless they've really taken a deep dive into the actual operational events of Operation Barbarossa, if they understand just what a difficult slog it was for the German military, the army, the Air Force, from literally the opening hours of Germany's attack. On the 22nd of June alone, according to Rudiger Overmann's groundbreaking study of German casualties, or I should say in the first 9 days, from the 22nd to the 30th of June, the Germans suffered 25,000. Think about that, in 9 days, 25,000 fatal casualties on the Eastern Front. That's almost a regiment a day. They began the campaign. A typical infantry company would have about 180 men. By the middle of November 1941, on the outskirts of Moscow, a typical German company might have 20 combat soldiers in it. So 180 to 20. And of course, the Panzer divisions had been reduced from 150, 200 tanks to, if they were lucky, 10 or 15. So the attrition over the course of the opening months of the campaign had just been tremendous, catastrophic for the German forces. And of course, Hitler provided them with very few replacements in either personnel or in armor. And it reached a point where the German General Staff, Franz Halder, I believe sometime in November, late November, I think, he actually said that the German army would never be the same after the casualties it had suffered in 1941, and that's definitely the case. But looking at these three incidents, which provide examples, sort of harbingers of what was to come for the German soldier and just what a difficult slog it was going to be. And again, that they were no longer fighting in France. And I've read thousands of letters of German soldiers involved in that initial attack. And so many of them were just stunned by the fanatical nature of Soviet resistance and what they were up against in the campaign. Well, on the Southern Front, the first example that I have is the, and I'll have to be very brief. You read my my formal presentation and you'll get all the details, but it involves General Hubert Lanz and his 1st Mountain Division. They attacked across the border as part of the first wave of Army Group South into the village. And my German's pretty good, but my Eastern European is non-existent. So forgive me if I butcher the name of the town. Just call it Olazis. Now, this is an older town. It had a castle out of the Middle Ages. The Russians had transformed it into a veritable fortress. When elements of his 1st Mountain Division, which was a very elite unit, burst into that town, they were just they just ran into a buzzsaw. And just before the attack, at about 0300 hours, Lanz had moved his forward command post into a foxhole that was, ironically enough, in a cemetery that was flush with the Russo-German demarcation line. By the time he himself, German commanders led from the front, which is why some 300 of them ended up getting killed in World War II. But by the time he reached the village, he found his men literally, as I point out in my article, in hand-to-hand combat with spades, hand grenades and pistols, the village in flames, and terrified women and children rushing aimlessly about. It was literally a consummate visage of hell. It took the Germans most of the day to finally clear the town. And by the time the fighting was over, the Germans had, the one mountain division had sustained its greatest single losses for any single day of combat in the war to this point, including 8 officers killed and 12 wounded. And the final entry in the divisional war diary for the 22nd of June said this, quote, after the experiences and practices of the campaigns in France and Yugoslavia, the troops will have to get used to such a tough and skillful enemy as the Russian has turned out to be, end quote. Or as Lan's subordinate commanders put it at the evening situation conference that day, quote, if it goes on like this, we're headed for difficult times. My second example has to do with German Army Group Center, which of course was where the Schwerpunkt, the main focus of the German attack was along the axis, the Minsk-Smolensk axis toward Moscow. And they attacked with 2 panzer groups with a total of about 1,900 tanks, which is well over half the tanks the Germans had on the Eastern Front. But one of the things that was very important on that first day was suppressing the Red Army fortress at Brest-Litovsk, which was an old Polish fortress. It went back to 1833 and had been built, it was at the confluence of the Bug and another river, and was basically on 4 different islands, a couple of them artificial islands that had been built up over the decades into just a massive fortress. The Germans thought for the most part that it was going to be easy pickings. They had observed what the Russians were doing there for days and didn't have any idea what they were getting into. Initially, the attack on the fortress, which was carried out largely by the 45th Infantry Division, which was primarily an Austrian unit with German officers, everything went pretty well for the first 6 or 7 hours because the Russians, of course, were very surprised. Many of them were caught asleep when the Germans attacked, but the Russians recovered quickly. And by the end of the day, the situation was so serious that the commander of the 45th Division actually withdrew the German troops from the main citadel, and they just surrounded the fortress. They decided they were going to try and basically starve it out. The 45th Infantry Division, if you can imagine this, it lost 311 killed in action, including some 20 officers on that first day in the war. I believe that was probably the largest number of casualties suffered by any of the 120 German divisions that attacked on that first day along the entire 1,200-kilometer front from Memel up by the Baltic Sea all the way down to the Hungarian border. Because keep in mind, the German forces in Romania, which were fairly small, the 11th Army, it just consisted of about 6 infantry divisions. They weren't ready to attack on the 22nd of June and didn't attack until about 10 days later, around the 2nd of July. But that was just an unbelievable event where, I mean, even some of the women and civilians got involved in the fighting, and that happened at a number of places along the front. And my third example, which is probably the lesser of the 3, so I'll be very brief about it, had to do with the German attack on on Tarogan, or Taraj as it's also called, which is a little a town about 10 kilometers across the border from East Prussia in the sector of Army Group North. And the Germans ran into the same thing there. Fanatical resistance, hand-to-hand fight, street-to-street fighting. They had to bring in, as happened in a number of places along the front these first couple of days, they had to bring in combat engineers with flamethrowers to eliminate a number of these bunker positions where the Russians just refused to surrender. I mean, and the Germans saw this all along the front in the opening weeks and even the opening months of the campaign. They would surround large numbers of Red Army troops, whether it was in the Smolensk, the Minsk pocket at Smolensk in July and early August, Uman in the south, wherever it was. And instead of surrendering like the French would do when the situation was clearly hopeless, the Russians would just keep on fighting. And these encirclement battles became very difficult for the Germans because even this early in the war, they often didn't have enough infantry to, or motorized infantry of their panzer divisions to clearly seal off these areas. And a number of German companies that were along these encirclement lines literally got overrun and wiped out by Red Army troops when they were pulling back. And one other incident I just would very much like to mention is the German 6th Infantry Division, which was also, even though an infantry division, it was an elite unit with Army Group Center, attacked right across the border into Lithuania on the 22nd of June. One of the books that I published recently is a memoir of a Dr. Heinrich Hoppe, who served as a battalion doctor with one of the battalions in the 18th Infantry Regiment, which was a part of 6th Infantry Division, with his son and a former Russian colonel. In 2016, we went 4,500 kilometers from Berlin to the outskirts of Moscow, traveling in the footsteps of Dr. Hoppe's infantry regiment. Well, on the first day, they assaulted across the border into, came upon a nest of Soviet bunkers. The Soviets refused to surrender. The Germans suffered something like, in the next 24 hours, something like 25 dead trying to assault these bunkers. They couldn't dislodge the Russian forces from them. So they brought in, again, they had to bring in men with satchel charges to try and take out the bunkers, combat engineers with flamethrowers, and this kind of serious fighting literally started in the opening hours of the campaign, and then just continued for the next 1,417 days of the war. And I think that's something that unless you've really, as I said, taken a deep dive, as I've basically dedicated the last 20-25 years of my life into looking into these issues, you just don't realize how difficult it was for the German forces and what horrible attrition they suffered literally from the opening of the campaign. And it's just a final point I'll say, it was really, in 1941, they ended the year, according to Overmans, having suffered 302,000 fatal casualties and over 1 million casualties all told. And as Halder said, the chief of the general staff, the German army was never going to be the same. But the worst casualties they suffered were not in the winter of 1941. There's a misconception about that, because on both sides, both the Germans and the Russians had suffered such serious attrition that the forces that were confronting each other were actually relatively, surprisingly small. That's a point that David Glantz has emphasized to me and in some of his works. And the losses the Germans suffered in July and August were much greater, something like 46,000 fatal casualties all along the front, 95% of them, of course, the Army and the Waffen SS. over 60,000 in August, and then it starts to fall off, and it's considerably fewer in like November, December, 41, January, February, and so on. So I just think I'll leave it there because I don't want to go over my time.
Thank you, Craig, for another striking presentation. In a way, a shift of paradigm, because we teach ourselves that we're taught to think that it was clear cut, especially in the initial phases of Barbarossa. 60 kilometers a day of marching, 2,000 kilometers until July. And I think the things that you presented today, 25,000 casualties in just 9 days, or in other words, one regiment a day, changes the whole way as we perceive the first phase of this colossal operation. So thank you again. We will take a few questions now. Sorry?
I just said you're welcome. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we will take a few questions now. And the first one is for Leonid. And the first question is from Dana Iglitis, and she asked, early annihilation of Jews in the areas occupied by Germany was intensive and was carried out by both the German army and the local perpetrators. Would you characterize the motivations of Wehrmacht perpetrators, largely Germans, I assume, differently than the motivations of local perpetrators? In other words, ethnic Ukrainians, Latvians, Lithuanians, etc. Leonid, please.
Well, there were, of course, cases and situations when the motivations of the German soldiers and local nationalists participating in these pogroms, in the early violence, converged with one another, such as the perception of the Jew, of course, perception of the Jews as Soviet collaborators and as the bearers of the Soviet ideology, as main bearers of German ideology. There were some minor differences, when, for example, Wehrmacht soldiers, when I mentioned in my lectures the participation of the Wehrmacht in Tarnopol, the soldiers, for example, say, perceived their participation in this pogrom as a vengeance for the soldiers murdered by the Wehrmacht, for the comrades murdered by the Soviet troops that they found their mutilated bodies. So there, but basically the motives were, for the most part, the motivations were kind of convergent, in that they saw both saw the Jews, both sides saw the Jews as Soviet collaborators, yes.
Okay, thank you. Here's one for Bastiaan from John Ruth Mills. She asks, thank you for bringing to the fore such important questions about the Wehrmacht's relationship to military law. Does their tolerance of the agency demonstrated by the hunger march back to Königsberg indicate an understanding by the German military that the international laws governing military occupation which the Wehrmacht were willing to violate on foreign soil did not apply on German soil? Useless eaters, these women and children may have seemed to a barbarized military, but under German civil law, they were defined as Aryan. Was military or civil law guiding them?
Yes, so let's start with the first point. I'm fairly confident to say that most soldiers were to a greater or lesser extent aware of the fact that on foreign soil they were operating on very different laws than they were before, even if these men were not officers. They understood that they were now and might not, of course, have understood law as a concept. They did, of course, notice that they were allowed to behave very differently. So I think there should be no doubt that they feel that that they are now under different laws, even though they might not completely understand them. To answer the second part of your question, I think for a lot of German soldiers, it was fairly irrelevant, and this ties into that same point, which laws they were subjected to, because a lot of them felt that they had to act based on what they thought was right. They are not only under military law or civil law. The Nazi laws are above all like natural laws, like it's the law of nature. It's Darwinism, like perverted Darwinism, that would come to define the way that the Germans experience law. So they look to, as you say here, like to Aryan people through that lens. So there would be much more agency among Aryan, quote unquote, civilians, and they would be willing to offer that much more leeway. And to end on that turn, what was I going to say? You know what? We'll leave it there for the time being. If I want to return to it, I'll return to it. Yeah.
Thank you, Bastiaan. Here's one for Maris. Maris, this is from Nicholas Virtue, and he asks if you can speak of the role of the Prussian-German military culture doctrine in this violence of invasion, and what, if anything, made the dynamics of 1941-42 unique. Maris?
Thank you for the question. So I agree with the connection that you're seeing and drawing between the works of Isabel Hull and Horn and Kramer. Those are the exact works that I drew on when I was doing this research, and that's one of the places that I see enormous connections: the invasion of Belgium during the First World War. I'm not sure that I have a great deal of new information I can offer on the Prussian military culture. I get a lot of the information that I have from those authors. When I'm thinking about this, my focus has been primarily on thinking about how Soviet people, Soviet civilians, experienced this violence on the receiving end. But one other connection, maybe just first I'll say, though I definitely do believe that this is another point in this longer chain of German military tradition that we can see in German Southwest Africa in 1905, in Belgium in the First World War, this fear of a certain kind of fighting, a certain kind of fighter, the irregular fighter, the Frontiere, someone who's going to, shoot from a position that is concealed, not wear a uniform, and that this is somehow an unfair form of war, when it's not, as if the German military is not engaging in their own kinds of rule breaking when we look at the rules of war. I do think that the preconceived idea that this might be happening influenced the military in 41 and 42. Part of what makes the dynamic unique, I would say, is this added layer of a deep military, both hatred of and genuine terror of Bolshevism. I see this in military documents at the time, and I think there's a real fear of what the communists are capable of, and the idea that any form of communist military fighting is somehow inherently irregular or inherently wrong. I mean, what comes to mind is a report written by someone in a propaganda troop during the second invasion of Rostov, where they describe what they call bandits, Soviet bandits, engaging in street fighting. But in the description of what the Soviet fighters are doing, the author describes what they look like and makes it clear they're wearing uniforms. Like he describes a Soviet soldier in a Soviet uniform engaging in pretty normal, combat in an urban setting, but uses the terminology of bandit and partisan, which leads me to think, what form of defense of this city would ever have been considered legitimate? And I think the answer is none, essentially. And I think one of the twists is this fear of communism and this other unique dynamic. I do think more thinking needs to be done about fighting in an urban setting and how terrifying that was, and how much that concerned the German military. And in Rostov-on-Don, at least, it's a city that's still full of civilians. There isn't a withdrawal, there isn't time in either case. And so that's not something that is taken into account other than using violence against civilians as part of this sort of larger tactic of gaining control. The final point I'll throw out there, in addition to those other authors mentioned, I also see a lot of connections between Paul Preston's work on he has a book called The Spanish Holocaust. And he writes a lot about the use of terror violence early on in the Spanish Civil War. And I also see really interesting and potentially fruitful parallels there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Maris.
Can I add a point?
Yes, please.
Oh, thank you. First of all, about the German or Prussian military culture at the time of Barbarossa. The Germans were collectively, their military just had this almost preternatural sense of confidence in their own abilities. Keep in mind, the Germans had defeated France. Even in 1940, it was considered the greatest military power in Europe. They beat France in like 42 days, 6 weeks. It was absolutely stunning. Afterwards, Stalin said something to the effect, now they're going to come beat the crap out of us. I mean, he was stunned himself. But what this did is it just created a sense among the German high command and Hitler himself that there was literally nothing that the German soldier couldn't accomplish. In fact, after the war in the Balkans, the OKW even issued a proclamation to that effect. The second thing I'd just like to say very quickly is the very fine historian, I believe an Israeli historian, Omer Bartov, in I believe his book, The Barbarization of Warfare, where he looks into German criminality on the Eastern Front. It's a very good book, but he makes one claim which is clearly not true. He says that the war crimes committed by the Soviets, by the Red Army, were simply a reaction to what the Germans were doing. The German soldiers themselves, and then of course from the 23rd of June on, the activities, the Einsatzgruppen. That is simply not true. I have read account after account after account in the official documents and in letters, which point out literally from the opening hours of the German attack, German patrols, for example, that went a little too far forward, got a little too aggressive, got captured by the Russians. They were brutally murdered. This is a family show, so I won't go into details. They had body parts cut off, and this happened time and again. So we all know of the crimes committed by the Germans, whether it was the Wehrmacht, the SS, the Einsatzgruppen, whatever. But it's something that we seem to neglect all the time, is that there were horrific crimes committed by the Red Army, which the Soviets had done a tremendous job in inculcating a communism or a communist doctrine into the Russian generation that came up after the October 1917 revolution, and German soldiers who had fought on the Eastern Front in the First World War, and then in the Second World War, realized that they were fighting against a much tougher and in many respects much more ruthless enemy than that they'd fought in World War I.
Okay. Boaz?
It's time to finish.
Yeah, okay, we have to finish this session and go out for a break. We'll be back for us 6:35. Boaz, is that okay?
Yes, we'll give
Take an extra
enough
5
time
minutes?
for coffee.
Okay, so 6:35 we'll continue the next session, and we will leave the Zoom open. So if any of you would like to continue discussing the sessions, you are free to do so. Thank you very much for all our presenters. We'll be back. Thank you.
As you can see, I'm not Daniele. We're supposed to chair this session. We made a last minute change and we exchanged sessions. So I will be the chair for this session. If you haven't met me before, I'm the Boaz Cohen, the head of Holocaust Studies in Western Galilee, and one of the organizing committee of the conference. We have reached our panel on pogroms and extermination. And we are starting with Dr. Robert Kirchberg, who is a retired US Army Armor Lieutenant Colonel. He's written numerous books and articles on military history, in particular World War II. His presentation flows from his lifelong interest in Operation Barbarossa and the Nazi-Soviet War. Dr. Kirchberg, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Can I get a thumbs up? Do people hear me?
We hear you.
All right, good, okay. Greetings from Cancun, Mexico. I'm on vacation. I'm in a business office at a resort, so there could be some weird noises. I apologize for that. I want to thank Western Galilee College for putting this panel on and inviting us. I am going to go to share screen now and hope to no, it's not there. Let's see. Let's go.
Your presentation should be open on the desktop, and then you can share it.
Can you see it?
No, not yet. Is the document open?
It's open. I can see it. I'm looking at it, but
Okay, so click on the share screen.
yeah, I am, but I just don't see it. It was out here a minute ago, and I went through my dry run. Jimmy, let's see. Okay, here it is. Okay, now you should be able to see something.
Yes, we see it.
Okay, good. All right, I apologize for the little bit of on the left there. Anyway, so.
You can open it if you press the full screen below. Where you are now, right?
Okay, yeah, there we go. All right. So, thanks again. Sorry about the confusion here. I just want to make a couple caveats. This is a partial study. We're still working on this thing. I kind of truncated it for this presentation in the interest of time. But interested in anyone who wants to share with me or additional information or whatever, we're open for new information. So this project is an offshoot of the Forces Smolensk op maps project that we did a couple years ago, where we're trying to digitize military history, digitize military records, operational records, and so forth, to help drag the study of military history into the 21st century. Get some new techniques there. So those of you who've been to National Archives would recognize this image on the right here, the microfilm counter. And so while researching the Smolensk battle, I stumbled across this file. This is a by name list of German officer casualties for the first half of Barbarossa in Army Group Center. So this is the basis of my study. These are the main themes I want to talk about today. And again, remember, these are officer casualties only, not the rank and file enlisted men. It's only the first half of Barbarossa. And like I said, I'm going to concentrate on Smolensk because we don't have time for quite everything. So the top left here shows the record. It's a PDF of the record. These were 13 files, each one covered from a few days to 2 weeks, with a total of 195 pages with about 40 names on each page. And you can see there is about 10 data points for each individual, his name, whether he's wounded or killed or ill or missing, his unit, his job title, his division, when the casualty happened, and so forth. So this is pretty much a gold mine of demographic information. The reports were sent from the Army Group Middle 2A, the officer adjutant, to the HPA, the Army Personnel Office, with copies furnished to the neighboring army groups, the subordinate armies, and occasionally to Hitler's adjutant and so forth. What you see in the bottom right is how we digitized that record. We put it into a giant database spreadsheet. And we added some other information I'll explain later, where we put values, we associated values to different things to make it easier to manipulate the database. But we had about 7,900 entries covering 7,600 men. The difference comes from the fact that some men were wounded twice, wounded 3 times. They might be wounded in one report, but killed in a later report. So there's actually 7,600 men, but 7,900 records. And each record had about 10 bits of information. So 79,000 times 10 is almost 80,000 data points to look at. The other thing we did was go to the OKW Laga Ost maps, or there are a couple of these forms in the National Archives of the American Library of Congress, the map on the top left. And what we did is we also made another database where we gave every unit one of 4 different postures, we call it, that what was it doing, what was the main thing it was doing that day. We numbered them 1, 2, 3, 4 for attack, defend, move, and rear or reserve. And you can see the codes there on the spreadsheet. And then the same thing for the core. So if in a core, most of the units were defending, we would say that core was also defending. And just a footnote here, those of you who know this fighting know that being in reserve or being in the rear does not mean relaxing.
We don't hear.
Pardon? Okay. All So some information we found, and someone reflects back to what Craig told us, were some of the analysis of the.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
We are very weak.
Okay, I'll move closer. I don't know what I can do. Top left shows the daily casualties. And remember that on the 21st of June, it was 0. But as Craig just mentioned, the very worst casualties were at the very, very beginning. On the actual 22nd of June, there were 384 officer casualties. This is the worst of the entire period. No other day comes close. But you can see that we broke this down, and I'll explain this later, into 3 periods represented by these 3 sort of cyclical lines here. That's the daily one on the top left. We did a weekly analysis.
We have some sort of problem, Rob, Dr. Kirchhoff. We have some sort of problem here with the listening. Are all participants muted? I don't know if we hear you twice or we don't hear you at all. But there's some sort of echo, a very strong echo, and you are very weak.
I'm sorry, but I'm in this room.
When you started off, it was fine.
Huh. Well, I didn't touch anything, so I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. Should I just keep talking or forget about it or what?
Have you got a microphone maybe? Or you're talking to your computer? Your microphone.
Oh. Maybe now, is it better?
It's excellent now.
Okay, yeah, okay. So, sorry about that.
Okay,
anyway, the top left are the dailies. The bottom left are weekly. And again, the first week was the most deadly. Over 1,000 officer casualties on the first week. And again, the next closest week, the end of July, early August, was 10% less. So these are tremendous losses in the first week. The top left shows by duty position. We broke it down by most casualties. So you can see platoon leader accounted for nearly 40% of all losses. The Führer job title is sort of American executive officer in the yellow, and the forward observer casualty there in blue were also very high. So these 5 or 6 different duty descriptions accounted for 3/4 of all casualties. And the green are the remaining everything else. So every staff position, every truck driver, or whatever. So there were 6 very, very deadly job titles here. And then the bottom right shows by rank, and we use the U.S. Army abbreviations of second lieutenant for lieutenant, first lieutenant for Oberleutnant, and so forth. So here again, you can see that out of the 7,900 casualties, nearly 7,200 are company grades. Lieutenants and captains made up the vast majority of casualties. One surprise was the medical professionals. It represented just a small blip on this particular screen, but there were 283 physicians, surgeons, apothecaries, veterinarians. There were casualties. This was a very deadly job in the battalion aid station or in the hospitals. There were more medical specialists killed than even artillery forward observers. We talked about periodization of the war. The Venn diagram looking ovals here are from the German MGFA, today it's called the ZMS, the Bundeswehr. We'll look mainly at the blue, the red, and the yellow ovals here. These are the three main battles, Minsk, Smolensk, and Elnya. We did our own analysis, breakpoint analysis of our data, and those are the dark dark black lines, and the 1, 2, 3 at the bottom. And that's how the data broke the periodization down, which you can see is very closely aligned to what the German historiographers had done. It matches very closely. The boxes in there, the white boxes, are the various engagements within the larger battles. And the ones with an asterisk are ones that we added later. But a lot of what we did was confirming, using data, what Glantz and Stahel and the other people had done subjectively, we have done objectively. So we were able to analyze this data in many different ways. So these are just raw casualties, just raw numbers. And again, by posture, attack, defend, move, or reserve, and by the 5 different battles. And you can see that the casualties, for example, in blue during the attack, it's a very clean downward slope that makes sense to us because the battle started off very intense, but then weakened as it went on. The defense in the red, you can see peaks at Elnya, and so it goes up, peaks at Elnya, then goes down, and it's consistent on the left-hand side for the infantry and the right-hand side for the mechanized. We lumped together Panzer and motorized infantry into mechanized, and you can see that the 2 highlighted ovals there for Smolensk, they're very similar profiles. So the infantry and the mechanized were taking casualties in proportional rates, and so it's sort of a clean, just clean looking statistical basis here. Another thing that we created is what we call division days. And if you think of how we measure productivity on the factory floor or something in terms of a man hour, that's just a division day. And it means what was that division doing on a day. This is the Battle of Brest-Litovsk. It was a very brief engagement. It's only 1 division, 8 days long. And you can see it was the division was attacking all 8 days. And so this, we would say, had 8 division days. This is 8 man hours, so to speak, were involved in this. And we did it for the entire battle. There were over 63 divisions coming and going, and a 93-day period. And I will explain later, so we sort of how we analyze this. So these are using our own phases, the 1, 2, and 3 that I showed you earlier from our breakpoint analysis. And for simplicity, I put a letter there for Minsk, Smolensk, and Elnya. And if you look at the raw casualties, you can see that Minsk and Smolensk, they're on the left, their casualties were 2/3 of the Elnya battle, even though Elnya was a much longer battle. Then we look at the middle one, it's about 50-50. When we did it by division day, this form of analysis I just described, you can see that it's almost 50-50 casualties. But then when we combine those things and we make a rate on the right-hand side, we can see that in terms of just intensity, Minsk and Smolensk were twice as intense, twice as casualty producing as the Elnya battle. So even though Elnya was much longer, The first two were much more intense and casualty producing, and we hope to find good data on all Army Group Center casualties for this period, so we can extrapolate officer losses to enlisted man losses. Now, when we take the earlier chart and we add the division day analysis into it, you can see that our nice clean lines they go away. It becomes very chaotic, where the infantry casualty, if you remember, the blue was a nice downward slope. The two profiles in the ovals were very much similar. When we add this division day concept, you can see that it's much different. It's a much more cluttered looking model, and this is going to be important later when we look at the different effects of those first couple weeks, the first two phases. And this is we're getting toward the end here. These are the two charts that I really want to concentrate most on. This is where sort of the whole thing comes together. We have the dark black lines there. The vertical lines represent our periodization 1, 2, 3. I have also added the light gray box there that represents the so-called Timoshenko counteroffensive. This is the late July, early August attacks the Soviets did to disrupt the Smolensk battle. It's going to be have a lot of impact here. But the top left one, we broke the Barbarossa down by geography, a north, center, and south axis. The north is the red, that's basically Panzer Group Hot, and the 9th Army, going up Vitebsk in that region. The blue basically corresponds to the 4th Army in the middle, and the red is, the green is the south, that's Panzer Group Guderian, and the 2nd Army going down, Gomel and down around the south.
We have 3 minutes, Dr. Kirchhoff.
Pardon?
We have 3 minutes after we compensated for all the problems.
Yes.
So 3 minutes to finish.
Okay. And then the last one here at the bottom left shows the daily casualties of comparing attacking and maneuvering compared to stationary. And you can see what this shows is if a unit was attacking more than it defended, it would be north of the 0 line. If it did more defending and reserve, it would be south of that red line. And so you can see the Germans start off very offensively up through the Timoshenko offensives, but around the time of this gray box there, they are on the defense mostly. The dark squiggly black line is the moving 7-day average. After the Timoshenko offensives, the Germans are never on the offensives more than on the defensive. So you can see that in around the 1st of August, the entire thing turns into a defensive struggle for the Germans, which of course Glantz and Stahel have been telling us for a while. So anyway, what we have basically is hard data based on officer casualties that confirms a lot of the notions about Barbarossa becoming derailed, about the mechanized forces becoming blunted, and there's still a lot of work to be done. But the Panzer mechanized units took the brunt of the casualties, especially in the first 6 weeks. That is going to negatively affect the rest of Barbarossa and, of course, the rest of the 4-year Nazi-Soviet war. And I will conclude there. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll ask questions in the end. We'll do the 4 presentations. And now we have Mariana Melin. Mariana Melin is a PhD candidate in the Strassler Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Clark University. She received fellowships from Claims Conference, Erie, Bunch Archive, and is currently a fellow at the Wiesenthal Institute for Holocaust Research in Vienna and the Harry Frank Guggenheim Foundation. Armelin holds a BA in History, Psychology, and an MA in Social Psychology from the University of Haifa, Israel. She worked at the Strauchlitz Institute for Holocaust Research at the University of Haifa and on the editorial board of the Journal of Holocaust Research. Armelin studies leadership styles and social relations in the SS Einsatzgruppen, combining historical and social psychological perspectives. Please, Marianne, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Boaz, for this lovely introduction. Can everybody hear me?
We hear you.
And thank you, Boaz, again, and for all the organizers of this conference for providing me with the opportunity to present my research here today. I will take a brief moment to share my screen. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Foltis was an arrogant SD man and an egoist. He constantly chased us around. But when the going got tough, he did not act brave at all. This was the testimony of Max Kultz, a Gestapo man who worked in Sonderkommando 7A under the officer Richard Foltis. This subunit of the SS Einsatzgruppen was allocated to follow the Wehrmacht's 9th Army and advanced close to its rear in nowadays Lithuania and Belarusia. Over the course of its operation in the occupied Soviet Union, Sonderkommando 7A perpetrated mass shootings of thousands of Jews and non-Jews of all ages and genders. This unit's members were of different professional and organizational backgrounds and were divided into smaller and separated mobile squads, which were headed by senior officers, which Foltis was one of them. How was this unit, so diverse in terms of its members' demographics, able to fulfill its mission so effectively? And how was an officer like Foltis, so unpopular with his followers, and perhaps not the bravest of leaders, able to lead the murder of so many victims? Using historical literature and social psychological paradigms, I discuss how the leadership styles Einsatzgruppen officers practiced and the particular social hierarchies that governed the units encouraged individual members of the Einsatzgruppen to participate in mass murder. And what can we learn about the relationship between total war, paramilitary forces, and genocide? The SS Einsatzgruppen were special task forces comprised of men of the SS and security police, or ZIPO, institutions that have all been under Himmler's direct control since 1936. The Einsatzgruppen did not start with the Barbarossa campaign. Similar but smaller special forces were deployed when Germany annexed Austria and then Czechoslovakia, arresting Jews, communists, and other enemies of the state, and in Poland, where they engaged in limited mass shootings of men of these victims' groups. In Poland, and later in Western Europe, the army administration saw itself as the supreme authority over the occupied countries, which led to clashes between army and SS and ZIPO forces over power and the handling of civilian populations. Preparing for the Barbarossa campaign, Himmler and his deputy Reinhard Heydrich wanted to ensure their supremacy in the Soviet Union. They convinced Hitler to provide their forces with the freedom to handle Soviet civilians, which the Führer passed down to his army generals. On June 22, 1941, 4 Einsatzgruppen, bigger and more equipped than their predecessors, followed each an army group into the Soviet Union. Though they started with killing military-aged men, during the course of a few weeks, these mobile paramilitaries escalated their operations and murdered over 1.5 million civilians in the margins of cities, local fortresses, forests, and fields. Discussing their motivations to perpetrate mass murder, historians have concluded that no Führer or Tötungsbefehl, meaning a directive to the Einsatzgruppen to kill Jews of all ages and genders, was given prior to Barbarossa. The Einsatzgruppen escalation into murdering whole Jewish populations came only after the invasion, and any general killing order came when the units were already perpetrating mass crimes at full swing. To explain the Einsatzgruppen motivations, we have to look not only at the interests of their leadership, but at the unit's inner hierarchies and structures, organizational culture, and customs. Discourses and practices of leadership and institutions in the Third Reich illuminates the inner dynamics of the Einsatzgruppen. The concept of working towards the Führer, coined by historian Ian Kershaw, and the dictatorial leadership principle explain how the Nazi system pushed so many to contribute in various ways to the Holocaust. The history, mentality, and ideology of the SS explain much of its members' willingness to murder civilians, especially Jews. The Reich Security Main Office, or RSHA, was the administrative umbrella that managed the SS and security police institutions under Himmler. The RSHA followed eliminatory ideologies and rigid hierarchies and facilitated careerism and opportunism within its members, which many of them later became leaders in the Einsatzgruppen. Social psychological research have shown that conformity to group norms, social identification, and various mechanisms of moral disengagement inhibit moral qualms and increase individuals' justification of and willingness to participate in crimes committed in the group's name. Particular institutional, political, and situational factors impact individuals and groups of perpetrators. For example, historian Christopher Browning's milestone study of Reserve Police Battalion 101 used individual members' experiences to show how they came to participate in systematic mass murder. And historian Thomas Kuhne demonstrated how committing mass atrocities facilitated perpetrators' sense of belonging to the German people's community, or Volksgemeinschaft, and to their respective security and political police institutions. Studying leadership styles, I examine the literature on leaders in military and paramilitary organizations and found they played pivotal roles in shaping followers' attitudes towards their missions. Advocating specific ethics, rituals, traditions, and working standards, officers regulate their men's immoral deeds and levels of brutality. Studies on the Wehrmacht have shown that soldiers' engagement in mass violence depended on the attitudes and policies of unit leaders. And though historians have dealt with attitudes and policies of a number of Einsatzgruppen officers, a thorough description and analysis of their leadership styles and impact on unit members is still missing. My research spotlights the Einsatzgruppen as vanguard units in perpetrating the Holocaust and explores how relationships between officers and followers and rank and file members and their peers. These inner social relations were crucial within and across the Einsatzgruppen in encouraging their members to perpetrate mass violence in the Soviet Union. 3 Einsatzgruppen units are in focus. Sonderkommando 7A, which perpetrated massacres across Belarusia and was led by 3 officers whose leadership styles varied significantly. Einsatzkommando 3, headed by Karl Jäger, which annihilated numerous communities in Lithuania and produced the Jäger Report, well known for its detailed chronology of the unit's victims, and Einsatzkommando 12, which operated across vast areas in nowadays Romania, South Ukraine, and the Caucasus. The study is based on an extensive archival research and uses the records of post-war trials and legal procedures conducted by the Allies' tribunals and West Germany's courts. These contain testimonies of former unit members and include demographic data and their own statements discussing the Einsatzgruppen officers' attitudes and policies, individuals and groups within the units, and institutional traditions and customs. My findings on Sonderkommando 7A will serve to demonstrate my conclusions. The three head commanders of this unit significantly differed in how they related to their assignments and men, differences that, I argue, determined killing rates. The first officer, Walter Blume, was repelled by and avoided managing executions. His followers attested for Blume's good nature, defined him as the most comradely leader of the three. Other members disclosed Blume was considerate to the point of accommodating their requests to rotate back home. The men stated that the second commander, Eugen Steimle, divided between men of different ranks and backgrounds to assert the unit's hierarchical order and his own absolute authority. Testimonies said that, for him, Steimle, people started of the rank of squad leader, and stated that Steimle's efforts to control every step the men took got under their skin. The third leader, Albert Rapp, forced each and every member to shoot victims and tied the very belonging to the group with participation in executions. Claiming he was eager to collect medals and decorations and shine upwards, Rapp's men reported he exceeded his superiors' expectations by initiating larger and more frequent executions. Studying Sonderkommando 7A's junior officers, I found that their leadership styles tended to resemble those the commando heads practiced, so they were either comradely and accommodating or aggressive. For example, Sonderkommando 7A's deputy commander, Richard Foltis, whom we mentioned earlier, mimicked Rapp's aggressive style and was, like him, decorated and kept longer in his position. Tracing the roots of these patterns, I found that the Einsatzgruppen followed the German military tradition of Auftragstaktik, or mission command, by which middle rank officers were assessed and promoted based on proven results. The Einsatzgruppen leadership, like that of the Wehrmacht, granted the officers on the ground the autonomy to define and locate their immediate goals and come up with the operative plans to fulfill them. Officers like Rapp and Foltis are an example of how this system cascaded down to the lowest ranks. Eager to rise through the ranks, the Auftragtaktik's reward system pushed them to set increasingly brutal goals and devise innovating procedures to prompt their subordinates to fulfill them, and thus prove successful by intensifying mass murder. Leadership styles were decisive, but social hierarchies and operational structures also shaped the Einsatzgruppen barbarity in the Soviet Union. The Sonder- and Einsatzkommandos included members of the SD, the SS intelligence agency, the Gestapo or the secret police, Kripo, the criminal police, the Waffen-SS, the armed SS, administration staff from the SS stations across Germany, and professional service personnel who served as drivers, cooks, mechanics, and interpreters. The intelligence and police officials tended to be older, more educated, and experienced. They were more likely to work as interrogators and course shooters and had more autonomy and control over their schedules than the younger SS men, Waffen-SS men, who mainly secured routes and executions. Analyzing the nature of comradeship and solidarity within Sonderkommando 7A, the witness accounts suggest that members sought the company of and fraternized with men from the same backgrounds. Further remarks suggest that the men held previous images of members of parallel institutions, which they carried with them into the Einsatzgruppen and created rifts between men of different backgrounds. However, we also know that each Einsatzgruppe unit was divided into mobile squads called Teil or Rollkommandos, in which a blend of 15 to 20 men from all the SS and police branches traveled through towns and villages, hunted, quote unquote, and shot Jews, communists, Sinti and Roma, and victims transported from the Reich. These smaller, mixed background platoons changed their work strength frequently and compelled members to function alongside new, unfamiliar peers. Social psychological research has shown that operating in small, Novel groups such as these, especially in the context of a real or imagined conflict, increases members' identification with the group, radicalizes persons' attitudes and behavior towards outgroup members, and increases indifference towards crime committed in the group's name. I argue that the Einsatzgruppen leadership used the Teilkommandos as a deliberate strategy to exploit members' desire to be accepted, push them to neglect universal mores, and endorse new levels of brutality. My multidisciplinary analysis shows how leadership styles and social relations shaped the activities of the Einsatzgruppen during the Barbarossa campaign and throughout the German occupation in the Soviet Union. The SS and security police leadership sought to advance its own power over the army and later over the civil administration in the occupied countries by implementing increasingly radicalized policies of population reorganization and annihilation. The Einsatzgruppen played a central role in this process. Particular leadership styles among the officers in the field and the Einsatzgruppen hierarchies and operational structures were deliberate strategies to encourage individual members to participate in mass murder. Offering this innovative perspective, my findings illuminate an important facet of the developments during and after the Barbarossa campaign, leading up to the monstrosity of mass atrocity perpetrated by the Nazi regime against Jewish and non-Jewish Soviet civilians, especially in the rural areas of Eastern Europe, of which much is yet to be discovered. It also renders this chapter in German history as an opportunity to understand current cases of mass violence and alleviate or even prevent future ones. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Maya, also for keeping time and for a very fascinating presentation. And now we will have Dr. Nissim Sharifi will speak about the influence of Nazi propaganda pamphlets on the extermination of the Jews. Dr. Nissim Sharifi is a lawyer, and this year will complete his research about the Holocaust in Moldova in the Institute of International Research Relations of Moldova, IRIM. So, Dr. Sharifi, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening. Well, the fascist regime in Nazi Germany was known for its oily machine, built by Joseph Goebbels, who was appointed propaganda minister by Adolf Hitler. In his first speech as minister, on the day after his appointment, on March 15, 1933, Goebbels expressed the propaganda line that accompanied him until his death, when he committed suicide with his wife and children when he foresaw the approach of the Red Army to the bombarded outskirts of Berlin. The new government does not intend to allow people to act as they please. We have to work on people until they get our influence. An integral part of the Gestapo incitement, which was expressed in the publications of the Nazi regime, was published in the form of proclamation, in Russian language, listovki, in the occupied areas of Eastern Europe. Already in the weeks preceding Operation Barbarossa, the code name given by the Germans to the invasion of the Soviet Union, it is difficult to doubt that these proclamations imposed by the Luftwaffe, the Nazi Air Force, had a great influence on the attitude of the local population toward the Jews, to a lesser degree than the field and therefore they should not be given the right to live as human beings without any reason or excuse. Another common denominator of the proclamations is an appeal to emotion rather than reason. It is clear that Hitler's direct intention in the spirit of his instructions was that the propaganda should appeal to the less educated masses, and that masses should be directed towards certain facts. It seems, therefore, that effective and destructive Nazi propaganda, which was expressed in the occupied territories of the Soviet Union by means of leaflets, had a great influence, among other things, on the local population in the German-occupied territories there. This effect was manifested inter alia in riots and acts of murder and rape in the neighboring Jewish population, which had lived in these countries for hundreds of years, not only without harming the country of residence, but also economically assisting the development and consolidation of these countries and this socio-economic advancement. This attitude of the non-Jewish residents continued with systematic harassment and even substantial assistance to the Nazis and their accomplices, who led the convoys of the wretched Jews, whether to the concentration camps in the long and shabby ways, or to their deaths in mass graves. The leaflets also made a decisive contribution to the fact that tens, if not hundreds, of thousands of soldiers and officers of the Red Army had defected alongside the German army, holding the leaflets with promises that the deserters should receive good treatment, food, employment, and other benefits. The war against the Jews and the presentations of the Soviet Union as a state ostensibly dominated by Jews took a large place in the German propaganda, intended but the inhabitants of the occupied territories and for the commanders and soldiers of the Red Army. Goebbels' principle of action was to create defeatism and panic for anyone exposed to the Germans' intensive propaganda. The main focus must be the denunciation of the Bolshevik Jews' criminal regime. Goebbels' motto for all German newspapers was, "The Jews are the culprits," along with the claim that the governments in London and Washington are puppets of the Jews who rule the world. Goebbels began intensive propaganda on the day of the invention of the Soviet Union, and in the early hours of the morning, he read Hitler's message to the German people, a message broadcast on all the radio stations to the sound of trumpets. Now comes the time when it is necessary to go against the collaboration of the Jewish and Anglo-Saxon war mongers and also against the Jewish rulers of the Bolshevik center in Moscow. And now we can see the leaflet on the screen. It was distributed in Ukraine, and it is also possible to see the same propaganda line as Hitler inspired Goebbels. The proclamation was printed in Ukraine and German. In the title, it is written, "Do not forget it never. The Yids," it's of course a derogatory nickname for a Jew, "the Yids are the worst enemy of the Ukrainian people." And it is written in the print. You can see a ridiculous figure of a Russian Jew who presses a vice that says Stakhanov method, the method for increasing work production in the Soviet Union, the method that shatters and presses the poor worker who apparently resents the Ukrainian people. Under the painting, it is written, how are things going on in the Soviet Jewish paradise? The most inhuman method of Stakhanov. This was Stalin's ideal. The achievement of the hard work was the way of competition. Whoever did not work beat him with whips. This is the method of the Jews who destroy the world. In the title, Ukrainians, who controls you? Who brought you bloodshed, tears, and hunger? The Yids and the Bolsheviks who followed them, who suckled the sweat of your blood to the last drop, the Yids and the Bolsheviks who followed them, who took the wheat from your warehouses, the Yids and the Bolsheviks who followed them, who betrayed you and sent you to starvation. The answer, the Yids and the Bolsheviks who followed them, who sent the Ukrainians to Solowiki and Siberia to die there in concentration camps and manual labor, the Yids and the Bolsheviks who followed them with their lies, and so on and so on. Goebbels seems to have prepared himself for the invasion of the Soviet Union. He set up a special department, Ostraum, which had to determine the propaganda policy toward the soldiers of the Red Army and the Soviet population in the occupied territories and the whole of the Soviet Union, propaganda based on fraud and deceit. In his diary on 5 June 1941, Goebbels wrote, Russian propaganda guidelines, not against socialism, no return to the Tsarist period, not to speak out openly about the goal of destroying the Russian state. It will confront us with the army, which is essentially Russian. We must denounce Stalin and the Jews behind him. Now we can see an example of a leaflet. The Yids, the title, The Yids are your enemies forever. In the picture, we can see a demonic figure, and on her forehead, a star of David, Magen David, symbolized the Jew, of course, who controls the head of Stalin, the mummified figure. Under the picture, it is written, Stalin and the Jews are a gang of criminals. Another leaflet on the screen, two derided figures of Jews expressing joy over the war between the Soviet Union, of course, and the one in the one hand and the other one, Germany. It should be noted that these Jews are armed with a sword, telling us that they are not only they are not fighting themselves, but in fact are not actually fighting, but standing aside and content by the so-called war. In the background of the picture, you can see smoke rising over two separate areas in the USSR and Germany. In the headline, hid the Politrok Jew. His face demands a stone. In the first image, derisive figure of a Jew hiding behind the tree, threatening with a gun the Russian soldiers to fight for him. So, to speak, below the top photo, caption commissaires and politroks forcing you to fight pointlessly. In the bottom photo, we can see Russian soldiers beating the Jew who threatened them with bloodshed. And inside the caption, you will hurt government officials, commissaires, and move to the German. Here we can see in the screen, Jews are no place between us. The Jews have no place between us. Under the title, the painting shows a threatening figure of a Jewish man lurking in an innocent Russian family, husband, wife, and child. At the bottom of the painting, expel the Jews. In the title, Red Army soldiers, commanders, politroks, in the proclamation body, thousands of you passed by our side, and everyone received a beautiful reception, of course, yes, and you will also receive such a welcome provided you move to the German side, and you will receive fair treatment, equal rights, and social atmosphere in the family of the people of New Europe without capitalist Jews. So hurry and move on. The way to us is a way of life. Only after the last Jew is expelled from your homeland will there be peace. Hit the rescued Jew. This leaflet also serves as a pass permit in Russian and German to come to our side. Well, there is a little doubt that the proclamations fueled the instinct of anti-Semitism among local non-Jews throughout the USSR, and for the most part, they were eager to join the Germans to their purge of the territory from the Jews. Anti-Semitism, in any case, is well fueled by the Nazi fuel, which comes in the form of proclamations everywhere and even reaches remote villages, and the Jewish people have been humiliated, starved, tortured, and massacred, and no savior. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nissim Sharifi. And now we are having our last speaker for this panel, Dr. Marta Havrishko, who will talk about gendering pogroms, women as agents of anti-Jewish violence in Galicia. Marta was trained as an historian at the Ivan Franko National University at Lviv. She holds a PhD in history. She is a research associate at the Kripkevich Institute of Ukrainian Studies of the National Academy of Sciences in the Ukraine. She is also a Gerhard Henkel Research Fellow at Vienna Wiesenthal Institute for Holocaust Studies. Her research interests are primarily focused on sexual violence during the Holocaust and World War II in the Ukraine, women's and gender history, Ukrainian nationalism, and oral history. In 2020-21, she was a postdoctoral fellow at the International Institute for Holocaust Research at Yad Vashem. Besides, she was a recipient of a number of fellowships and grants, including those from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, Monash University, German Historical Institute at Warsaw, German Academic Exchange Service, and Yachad Imunu. Marta, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Boaz, for your kind introduction. Could you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, and could you see my presentation? Yes, perfect. Thank you very much. So the outbreak of the German-Soviet War was a starting point for the wave of extreme violence against Jews in Western Ukraine. former Polish territories, Volhynia and Galicia voivodeships, Stanisławów, Lwów, and Tarnopol. I mean Galicia voivodeships. In summer 1941, mainly in July and somewhere in the beginning of the August, the pogroms were perpetrated in more than 140, according to Kruglow, localities across more than 1,800 places where Jews dwelled with non-Jews. The exact numbers of pogroms could be higher. Thousands of Jewish women, men, and children were victims of these pogroms. Only in Eastern Galicia, more than 12,000 Jews were killed. Thousands more were wounded. Some committed suicide. Some were forced to leave their houses. The most intense violence was around the prisons, where the corpses of killed by NKVD inmates were found, in particular in Ternopil, Lviv, Zolochiv, Borislav, and other localities. Many Ukrainians shared the view that Jews were the main supporters and beneficiaries of the Soviet rule in Ukraine, both generally and during the period of the so-called first Soviet occupation of Western Ukraine in 1939-1941 in particular. Thus, Jews came to be associated with the Soviet crimes. Some Ukrainians, especially nationalists, members of Organization of Ukraine Nationalists, called for punishment and revenge. The Germans instigated those views and were highly interested in pogroms or so-called self-cleansing operations. Often, they didn't intervene when Jews asked them for help during the pogroms. In some places, the Germans took a direct part in pogroms. For instance, the members of Waffen-SS Division Viking play a central role in the violent excesses in Zolochiv, Skalat, Ozerna, Ternopil, and Hrymayev. What do we know about local perpetrators of pogroms? Many testimonies are gender blind in terms of perpetrators. Most often, survivors of pogroms indicated the nationality of perpetrators, Ukrainian, Polish, or their social status and place of living, for example, residents of the city or village, or their affiliation with different organizations, for example, with local militia. Also, witnesses and victims pointed out how they knew their perpetrators and their profession. They indicated that some of them were neighbors, classmates, teacher, priest, wives of priests, etc. But what is evident from most testimonies and available from photo and video materials that most perpetrators were men. They hold sticks and other tools. They beat on the face and elsewhere, kick, pull their victims by the hair, toss them from one pogromist to another. They undress women and rape them. They kill. They chase their victims through the street, broke out to Jewish apartments, and took men for so-called corpse work in the prison. There were also boys of different ages among perpetrators. Men's engagement in pogroms is not a surprise because they belong to newly established administration and local militia, also known as siege units, and play a crucial role in the pogroms. Besides, it was considering the gender socialization of men and notions of masculinity associated with aggression, domination, and violence. The periods of extreme violence became a time when men reinforced their views of masculinity and trying to be perceived as protectors of their family, their women, their children, and their nation. For some men at times of pogroms, this protection was associated with anti-Jewish violence. Besides, for military men, The demonstration of ruthless toward the enemy was associated with the proof of manhood and the necessity to show loyalties to the group values. Does it mean that anti-Jewish violence during the pogroms had only a male face? Where were the local non-Jewish women? What was their role in pogroms? Where women were less capable of committing mass atrocities than men, as suggested by stereotype and gendered image of war, where men are perceived as and depicted as perpetrators and women as victims? As is evident from different testimonies, and non-Jewish women have played a much larger role that could be assumed. Women were among bystanders and rescuers. Sometimes they prevent violence and hide their Jewish neighbors, acquaintances, their classmates. But in my presentation, I will focus on a different group of women, those who were agents of violence in pogroms, who became perpetrators themselves. I'll try to examine their violent behavior and how it differed from male's aggression in pogroms. First of all, women were spectators, by coincidence, being by chance at the epicenter of events or out of curiosity. Photos from Lviv pogrom are full of female images. They're easy to distinguish from terrified, humiliated, beaten, half-naked Jewish women who are forced to defend themselves, perform humiliating work, go, run, stand with their hands up, cover themselves, their children, and other beloved ones. Non-Jewish women of different age and social status are among those who have stood in places of violence at short and long distances from victims and perpetrators. They watched with interest what was happening. Some of them were terrified, but the other part of them did not hide their satisfaction from what they saw, as can be seen from the expression on their faces. For instance, in the center of this picture from Lviv pogrom that you can see on this slide, you can see a middle-class woman, probably the resident of the city, because her head is not covered by the scarf. Her face shone with a glowing smile. This is how she reacted to what she saw, a group of Jews forcibly cleaning the asphalt near the theater building in the city center. She is not a bystander. Her reaction is supportive and encouraging for overt perpetrators, as well as responses of other non-Jewish women in the streets during pogroms who shouted anti-Jewish slogans and were calling for revenge. Such behavior made violence acceptable and even desirable, legitimized this violence, and even silence of some women could be transcribed by perpetrators as a social support. The prominent role in instigating violence played those few women who belonged to newly established local authorities. For example, from nearly 30 members of Zolochiv Ukraine Committee established after the outbreak of German-Soviet War were a couple of women, including a wife and a daughter of Ukrainian lawyer Theodor Vanyo, who himself was a member of a committee. A Holocaust survivor, Shlomo Meyer, recalled that his daughter of Vanyo, made public speeches in which she blamed Jews for the Soviet terror against Ukraine intelligentsia and called for revenge. Some women did not hide their desire to use physical violence against Jews. For instance, Leonid or Leonard Mann described his female neighbor in Zabulyivka, in Ternopil region, Ternopilska Oblast, who shouted that she wanted to take an axe and kill those Jews, meaning Leonid, his mother and grandmother. Quote, he recalled, I am standing in front of the gate, and there is also a neighbor standing. She lived maybe 3 houses away. She was about 18 years old, and another man was standing, also a neighbor, a Ukrainian. She says to him, let's go to your house, give me an axe. I want to kill them, those 3 Jews. The father was not around, the father of Leonid. He says, leave them alone, stop. She says, no, no, I want to do that. He says, stop it. I ran to the house and told my mother, end of quote. Let me remind you that at time of the pogrom, the Leonid was only 8 years old, and he was left with his mother and grandmother at home in Zaboldivka. At the same time, there were also women who did not limit themselves to threats. One photo from Lviv pogrom shows a middle-aged woman. She stands in the circle of others who surrounded a young Jewish woman. The photo shows a non-Jewish woman holding a short stick in her hand and leaning over the victim, probably to strike. The victim lies on the asphalt and raises her hand, trying to cover herself and stop aggression. The female aggression and violent behavior during Lviv pogrom is described by other Holocaust survivors. One of them, Vilek Markevich, pointed out, among the perpetrators were many young women, young Ukrainian peasant women who were no less enthusiastic than men. Women were among those who surrounded him and his mother and drove them down the street to the prison. In her testimony, Zinaida Allerhand describes one enthusiastic female perpetrator, Ukrainian woman, who chased her, her husband, and 9-year-old son Leszek on the Jagiellonska street in Lviv, even when male perpetrators gave up to do so due to the German soldiers' order that was introduced in response to the victim's request. We have also Jewish testimony that described women who forcibly enter Jewish homes looking for Jewish men. Some of those women have only one intention: to take advantage of the situation and steal Jewish property. Esther Kremitzer even told that 90% of locals during pogrom in Zolochiv took part in looting of Jewish homes. This is definitely an exaggeration, but indirectly speaks to the fact that women were among looters. Ruzia Wagner, you know that her testimony was published by John Paul Himka, recalls the women in prostitution who stripped Jews of their belongings in the prison in Zamarstynivska street in Lviv. It should be kept in mind that loyal wives of male perpetrators were also beneficiaries of anti-Jewish violence in terms of using Jewish property and possession that were stolen and were brought home by their men. Menachem Dur recalled in Ozerna in Ternopil region events of pogrom. He described the wife of Dr. Moons, that she committed suicide when found out that her husband was killed in pogrom. Quote, 2 Ukrainian female neighbors ran into the room where the dead woman was lying. They pulled out the blanket from under Mrs. Moon's warm body, removed the jewelry from her hands and neck, and got away quickly. At the same time, some women were not pure perpetrators. Their roles in pogroms were ambivalent. They were both perpetrators and rescuers at the same time. This is true, for instance, for Avgustina Homa, or known as Homova, a prominent Ukrainian activist, teacher, member of different Ukrainian organizations, Ridna Shkola, Soyuz Ukrainok, a well-known women's society in interwar Galicia. She was active during the World War II, and after the war, she escaped to the US, where she died in 1984. As evident from the Holocaust survivors' testimonies given to the Central Jewish Historical Commission, her role in pogrom in Ternopil was ambivalent. Some witnesses, including Michał Zilberg, highlighted that during pogrom, Homova pointed out the apartments of Jews, communist and Polish officers to the Germans and local pogromists in Ternopil. But from other testimonies, we know that she, at the same time, rescued some Jews. Some witnesses stressed that during pogrom, she was hiding several Jews in her own house, including Professor Hirschberg and Professor Lipschitz. Abraham Ox, who testified to the historical commission, pointed out that he learned from Usher, one Jew, Professor also Usher, Reitzenbein, that he was rescued by Homa in the territory of Ternopil prison, where many Jews were forcibly gathered, tortured, and killed. Those people rescued by Homova were her friends and acquaintances. So her motivation for the help was deeply personal, but also partly personal was her motivation for complicity in anti-Jewish violence, because at the same time, she was sure that her husband, gymnasium professor Osip Homa, was murdered by NKVD in Ternopil prison. The case of Homova, Vanyo, and other Ukrainian women are interesting from different points of view. First of all, those women didn't belong to a marginalized group of perpetrators, so-called scum, shumovinya, whose behavior in pogroms was opportunistic and connected with economic motives. In contrast, those mentioned above women were educated, respected, influential in their communities. Second, those women were known as Ukrainian nationalists. They were political leaders, and they took an active part in political life of Ukrainian community. This speaks to ideological and political motivation of their behavior in pogroms. To sum up, the close examination of every case of women's participation in anti-Jewish violence during pogroms will help us to reconsider the agency of women in pogroms, which is overshadowed by a male presence, and will help us to better understand the gender dynamic of pogroms in general. And this will be the focus of my further research. Thank you very much for your attention. I am looking forward for your comments, advices and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marta, for a fascinating presentation. We had actually 4 fascinating presentations. Please write your questions in the chat and we will read them out. So I will start with Marianne. You have a lot of long questions. I don't know if you looked at them, but I will.
Yes.
Okay, so I think we can break them down. We have a question about the rank and file of about class origins. Let's say this. We have questions about class origins, which also pertain to the rank and file, not only to the leaders. We have a question on since these were mixed groups, how did one sort of officers manage with people from other groups in other organizational cultures? And we have a question, I think, which is stronger. Why, if this was not about the Führerbefehl, why do we see that in Poland they were not killing Jews in this way, taking initiatives and stuff, but in Russia they are doing this? And why did the Jews, and why did it work so well? Okay, so I think these are all the questions you got. So please, we'll start with you, Marianne.
Yes, thank you for breaking these down for me. I actually reviewed them while they were being posted, and so I'll try to answer all of them. First of all, Professor Earle's question, I'm so honored to get this question from you, because I myself use your publications on the matter of the Einsatzgruppen Case 9 Nuremberg trials. You ask who were the rank and file members of the Einsatzgruppen. Those were people who served in SD and ZIPO stations across Germany. Actually, Bruno Streckenbach, the RSHA head of the personnel department, or Amt 1, requested lists of those stations across Germany and was received lists of names of Gestapo members, Kripo members, and Allgemeine SS and service personnel who worked with these stations as civilians employed by state and police and state and party organizations. You ask about anti-Semitism and their party affiliation. So from what I've found in the demographic data of their testimonies, it is that most of them were party members, some were not. So this was not, a characteristic that you can say that being a member of the party was a motivation for them to perpetrate mass crimes. And I myself struggle with the question of how much was the ideology and Nazi anti-Semitism part of their motivations to perpetrate mass crimes. Of course, the idea of an international jury seeking to destroy Germany and the entire world was part of their motivation and what drove them to harm Jewish civilians. But at the same time, other factors that I'm talking about, so the operational structures, the comradeship, the social dynamics within the groups, and also the settings, the war, the total war, the stripping of universal mores and being away from home helped them develop these the motivations and willingness to participate. Shmuel Yerushami, you asked me about the relations between low social status and high status, high social economic people within the SS. And I have to say that from what I read, there was also always a tension within the SS between its desire to expand and absorb different organizations, expand its assignment and power. And so other people were brought in, and its desire to be an exclusive racially organization. So I can only speak about the people and the relations between high status and low status within the Einsatzgruppen. And we know that the Gestapo members and SD members tended to be more educated, either professionally or academically. The SD had academic degrees, a lot of them had doctorate degrees. And they actually looked down upon the Waffen-SS members who were usually not educated, young people, only military, received only military training. And so the Einsatzgruppen were characterized, as I said in my presentation, by division between those different groups, between low and high status. Okay. Leonid Rein's question about the officers, how did they react and dealt with these social divisions? So the officers came also from the ZIPO and SD organizations, and in many instances we see that they themselves did not treat the lower status or the men from parallel institutions with respect. So they would prefer or give better conditions and better access to goods and accommodations to people from their own institutions. So if you had a unit with an officer from the Gestapo, usually he had around him a group of Gestapo men who were better treated. I hope I answered that question well. the Einsatzgruppen ability to perpetrate such huge numbers of mass shootings. Yes, they were very small in work strength, but unfortunately, their ability to perpetrate to murder so many people did not depend on their victims' characteristics. It depended very much on the help and cooperation of both the German institutions that worked along, in parallel to them. So the Wehrmacht, you had also other Ordnungspolizei battalions that were attached to them, and local militias of voluntary and non-voluntary people who helped them, who helped organize. And we see this mostly in Lithuania, but also in Ukraine and Belarus, who helped the Einsatzgruppen to perpetrate these mass executions. I had a question about the order to destroy the Polish state and also the order to destroy the Soviet Union, and why was there a difference between the intensity of the perpetration of the Einsatzgruppen between Poland and the Soviet Union. I have to say, I don't know if there was an order to destroy Poland. I personally did not read about that, but I know that the Einsatzgruppen, when they were deployed in Poland, their orders were limited by their relations with the Wehrmacht. So they had a first installment of 10,000 people they were able to kill or arrest, and then they had a second installment of 20,000 people, and their orders were limited. They were not ordered to perpetrate and exterminate the entire Polish population. In the Soviet Union, it was a whole different story. In there, also the Wehrmacht and the Einsatzgruppen were ordered to employ harsh measures against civilian populations, but still, before the Barbarossa campaign, they were not ordered to kill the entirety of Soviet Jewry. It only developed through or as they went along with their operations. So I think that the Vernichtungskrieg and the Kommissarbefehl that was given to them before Barbarossa made the difference between the intensity of mass murder in Poland and in the Soviet Union.
Thank you, Marianne. We have one question to Dr. Sharifi, and I will rephrase it. You spoke about you showed us the propaganda, which is very strong, but can we really link, can we say that this attack on Jews or this willingness to attack Jewish neighbors comes from this propaganda? Do we have any way to check this?
I think especially from this propaganda, don't forget that neighbors killed their neighbors only because of their Judaism, that's all. And I have to say that I have purchased all the leaflets at auctions all over the world. And some of the leaflets I purchased from Ukrainian neighbors that maybe their fathers or their family killed their neighbors because of they were Jews. And we saw that these leaflets especially influence on the population.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sharifi. And now, Marta, we've got Dr. Avrishko. Wow, I didn't prepare on this. Okay, so you have I think this one question is, can we say that there's a difference between women's perpetration and men's perpetration, women's violence, men's violence? And the other question from Leonid about Pomova, and here I thought this is generally about what we are doing. as historian. I mean, you've got the same person, and this is radical. She killed, between saying she instigated and saying that she killed this group of children after they danced on the Torah, this is quite, or she saved people at home, this is very wide. So how do you address these tensions when you work?
Thank you very much for this question. So first of all, about motivations of perpetrators, male and female. I think that, we have the gendered views on war and mass violence, and these gendered views sometimes prevent us from perceiving women as ordinary perpetrators. As Laura Sjoberg pointed out in her prominent book about portrayal of female perpetrators, they often are perceived as mothers, monsters, or whores. So deviant women, including sexual deviancy. But in reality, those women have the common motivations, political, ideological, personal, opportunistic, some revenge, for example, for their neighbors or for some enemies and so on, so on. But in the context of pogroms, it's very obvious for me that the social pressure to be engaged in violence, what was put harder on men. Women were not expected to demonstrate violent behavior. Women instead used this soft power. They were more like cheerleaders. So they more instigate violence. When I compare male and female violence, I very like to use those words of artist Abramovich from her rhythm, from her experiment in Galilee in Italy. When she was massacred during this experiment, artist performance by men, but she indicated all the time that their women were told, that those men were told by their women what to do. And in many cases, we have those women who explicitly describe their anti-Jewish views and instigate their men to commit direct violence. About these controversial testimonies, it's, I wanted to, in regard with Homova, I wanted to search for some Ukrainian testimonies, but all Ukrainian testimonies just avoid mention the period of World War II. She was a superb woman. She was such devoted. She was so politically active and so on, so on. And they avoid to describe especially her behavior during pogrom. So we have only those testimonies given to this historical committee by Poles and Jews, and they are controversial. But what we know for sure, that her behavior was ambivalent. And this is evident from those testimonies, and we should stress it in our work. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you to all presenters. I think we had an amazing session. I learned so much and a lot of food for thought. And we will not do any more questions now. We are going into a break. And I remind you that we'll have the honor of hearing the keynote lecture by Professor Gad Weinberg at 30 Israel time. So we have 22 minutes for coffee and other stuff. And so in 22 minutes, we meet here for the keynote lecture. We're looking forward to see you. Thank you very much for bearing with us, and thank you to the speakers who did an amazing job.
I have to move forward, and this session is just record myself. Okay, so this session is very special for me personally. Back in 1995, I met Professor Dina Barat for the first time as an undergraduate In a way, that meeting, without exaggerating, changed the course of my life. In 2003, when she introduced me to Professor Gerhard Weinberg, known as the Dean of German Diplomatic and Military Historians, I went through a mind transformation in the way I perceived the events of the Second World War and the Holocaust from multiple perspectives. Having the honor and privilege of them both supervising my PhD dissertation co-produced between North Carolina and Tel Aviv University, I am very honored, excited, and delighted, and very thankful to have them both join us today on this very special occasion. Professor Dina Perad, the Chief Historian of Yad Vashem and head of the Kantor Center for the Study of Contemporary European Jewry in Tel Aviv University, will chair the next session. Dear Dina, dear Gerhard, the floor is all yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Yaron, for this kind introduction. Thank you, all the organizers, Dr. Boaz Cohen, who so ably is pushing forward the Western Galilee College from one achievement to the other. Thank you, all those who are still listening after a long and rich day. And especially thank you, Gerhard, dear Professor Weinberg, for agreeing to be hosted in this session. It's really an honor, it's a pleasure, and it's a special day. It's exactly the 22nd of June, 80 commemoration of 80 years since this, we will not exaggerate in saying this was an earth-shaking event, the German invasion into the Soviet Union and whatever followed, not just the military, the military issues, achievements, failures, etc., but the consequences to the Jewish people, to the Soviet population. It was certainly an earth-shaking event. And who is best qualified? Who could be better qualified to speak to us about this event and its significance than Professor Gerhard Weinberg? Not only had he as a child, saw, witnessed, experienced. Up. Should I go on?
Yes.
Okay, please. He, as a child, he was 5 years old when Hitler rose to power. He was 10 years old when Kristallnacht happened and they ran away. They fled to his family, to England, to the United States later, where he lived most of his life. He saw them and he knew them as a boy. He was himself a soldier in the American army towards the end of World War II, which means he not only wrote about the events, he lived through events and witnessed them. He has many achievements, a long line of achievements. It's the teaching, the students, the best universities. But I would like, out of this long line of achievements of this maestro, I would like to point out three. One is finding the second book of Hitler. Among the papers that were in the files taken by the American army in Berlin and brought to the United States, where he, for a number of years, read them, investigated them, took a thorough look at them, and found the second book of Hitler, which was unknown by that time. It wasn't published. It has not been published by Hitler. And it took time until it was published in English, certainly in Hebrew, first in German. it is an achievement because it is a sequel, a continuation of the first one, Mein Kampf, of course, and it's a historical achievement of the first grade and the first and of utmost significance. Then the way he took two of the main issues, I think he is, and again, there is no exaggerating in saying that he is the greatest historian of World War II, and his book, which turned to be our Bible on World War II, A World at Arms, a global history of World War II, is a basis, a comprehensive book, a full picture. It was really difficult to write later for Anthony Beaver and others, and we have a number of colleagues here who just now were arguing about World War II out of their vast knowledge and experience, but this is really a Bible. But I would like to emphasize a third point. You know that in Tel Aviv University, World War II was taught in a certain department for military history, sometimes in general history, but most often in, here, Craig, thank you so much. He's showing us the book, A World at Arms. Thank you. I think it's over 1,000 pages.
Yes.
In Tel Aviv University, World War II was taught in the Department of Military History, the Holocaust and the Department of Jewish History, sometimes, and Nazi ideology, etc., in the Department of General History. So it was as if the issue was taken and torn apart 2-3 pieces that were not taught, and sometimes, and most of the time, even not researched together. Here came Gerhard, and I think it is again an achievement of utmost importance. And he wrote the book, 2 separate issues, Siman She'ela, a question mark, historiography of World War II and the Holocaust, and showed the integration, the inseparable integration among the 3, Nazi ideology, the military, and the Holocaust. And I think this is not only gave us even a fuller picture than the book of World War II, but it made us understand the connections and the interactions among the issues and how matters really evolved. And so it is really, again, an honor to host this maestro. It's really an honor. I'm humbled to introduce him. Thank you for giving me this privilege. And now, Gerhard, you have some 35 minutes, and then 20 minutes for questions and comments from the audience. So please, the floor is respectfully yours.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you to the college for re-inviting me after I had performed a couple of years ago. The official topic that I wish to speak on is a long intended but postponed invasion of the Soviet Union. Hitler was certain that the Germans were racially superior beings who could and were entitled to rule the world. But he knew that in the past, many Germans had emigrated to countries all over the world because they had not been able to find a good place and position inside Germany. As a basis for subsequent conquest of the globe, Germany needed more Lebensraum, more living space. For Germany to expand its so-called living space as a major element in its conquest of the globe, Adolf Hitler always thought and wrote in terms of heading east. Any look at a map will show that to the west of Germany, the Atlantic Ocean is not very far away, while to the east, it is many thousands of miles to the Pacific Ocean. That would be the main objective of the wars Hitler intended, and it is thus no coincidence that one of the major new, very wide railway tracks he planned would be the one from Berlin to Vladivostok, Russia's main port on the Pacific. Two wars had to precede the drive to the east in Hitler's thinking. The first against Czechoslovakia would strengthen Germany's position in Central Europe. The second would be against France and England, because it would be too dangerous to send Germany's army to and across the Ural Mountains with French and British forces close to Germany's main industrial area. The drive east that was to follow the crushing of France and England would have the additional advantage of providing Germany the oil needed for the planes and super battleships ordered in 1937 for the intended subsequent war against the United States. As Hitler knew, Germany had defeated Russia in the recent war, and as he saw it, the Bolshevik Revolution made a conquest of that country the next time even easier, because now the racially inferior Slavic population was ruled by a regime in which hopelessly incompetent Jews had replaced a partially German bureaucracy. The German weapons secretly made during the Weimar Republic and the early years of his regime would be adequate for the conquest of Czechoslovakia, and new ones developed and coming out of the factories would make defeat of France and England possible. No new weapons would be needed to crush the Soviet Union. Hitler canceled his order for the First War. Instead, he accepted the Munich Agreement that ceded the German inhabited fringe area of Czechoslovakia to Germany, a step he would regard as the worst mistake of his career for the rest of his life. To make sure that no one cheated him of war in 1939, as he believed British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain had done in 1938, he had the German ambassadors to Poland, France, and England kept in Germany in the last days of August 1939. He got the war he so desperately wanted. Since Stalin, like Hitler, believed and acted upon the ideology he held, encouraging the capitalist countries to fight each other was the correct thing to do. And since he considered Germany the weaker of the contenders, he would help it so as to prolong that fighting and thereby the weakening of all of them. Hitler thought that agreement with the Soviet Union would be a fine way to preclude any effective blockade of Germany. And since whatever was conceded to the Soviet Union would be recovered when Germany conquered it, he authorized the foreign minister to yield to the Soviets when he flew to Moscow, even more than Stalin had the nerve to ask for. Once the war started with the German invasion of Poland on September 1st, 1939, the Soviet Union did provide Germany with lots of supplies, ran extra trains on the Trans-Siberian Railway to to carry rubber from Southeast Asia, set an icebreaker to work so that a German warship could pass Siberia to sink Allied ships in the Pacific Ocean, and let Germany have a naval base west of Murmansk to aid its war at sea and assist Germany in its campaign to occupy Norway. Hitler wanted to attack in the West in the late fall of 1939 after crushing Poland, so that the invasion of the Soviet Union could be launched in the spring of 1940. But a variety of developments led to postponement of the invasion of Holland and Belgium as key steps in the campaign against France and England to May of 1940. As that operation seemed to go extremely well, it looked to Hitler and his Army Chief of Staff, General Halder, already during late May, that the invasion of the Soviet Union could be initiated that fall, most likely in the first week of September 1940. A variety of difficulties led to further postponements, and Hitler reluctantly told his military leaders on July 31st, 1940, that the attack on the Soviet Union would come in May 1941. Preparations were inaugurated, relevant orders were issued, but there would be one more postponement. Mussolini had entered the war against France and England in June 1940, when the Germans, as part of their preparations for the invasion of the Soviet Union, worked out an alignment with Romania and generally increased their involvement in the Balkans. He decided to invade Greece as a way of demonstrating Italy's key role in Southeast Europe. As that effort failed in the face of Greek resistance and opened the possibility of British land and air support for Greece, leading to British bombing of the Romanian oil field, Hitler decided to rescue his Italian ally in April 41. Practical problems in the preparations for the invasion of the Soviet Union, combined with the added campaign in the Balkans, to push the attack into June. The date was eventually set for June 22nd. The German army was increased to 200 divisions, and allies were recruited for the attack. Finland had been allocated to the Soviet sphere in the secret German-Soviet agreement of 1939, but the Finns had maintained their independence in the Winter War of 1939-40 and would join Germany in the hope of recovering the territory it had lost in that war and of gaining some more in addition. Romania had also lost territory to the Soviet Union as a result of the German-Soviet pact, but it could similarly expect to recover that and take even more. Italy would join the conflict with Russia, and so would Hungary. Although these German diplomatic preparations can be seen as successful, the German intelligence assessment of the Soviet Union was hopelessly wrong. It was assumed that a couple of months would be adequate for the campaign, and accordingly, there were no preparations for fighting in winter. One incident in the period of German-Soviet cooperation is revealing. In the 1920s, the Soviets had repaid the Germans for their prior support of the Bolsheviks by allowing them to train in the Soviet Union their officers in armored and air warfare, military practices which had been prohibited to Germany by the 1919 peace treaty. In return, Soviet armored warfare officers were invited to German factories where the tanks for Germany's army were produced. When they were in the factory producing the German Mark IV tank, they asked the Germans where they made their big tanks. The Germans truthfully answered that that was what they were looking at. It never occurred to any of the German top officers who would convert themselves into military geniuses in their memoirs that the obvious implication of the Soviet question was that they had bigger ones and assumed that the Germans had bigger ones also and were concealing the reality. When they invaded the Soviet Union, the Germans ran into the T-34 and the KV-1 and KV-2 tanks, realized the implication of the Soviet question that they had failed to understand at the time, and ordered new, bigger tanks. These, the Mark V Panther and Mark VI Tiger, began to be available in late 1942, but mostly thereafter. By that time, of course, the critical decision in the East had already gone against Germany. The German military plan for the invasion of the Soviet Union provided for 3 army groups, one in the north to move through northern Polish territory annexed by the Soviet Union in 1939 and the Baltic states to Leningrad, which would also be assaulted from the north by Finland. The largest German army group would drive toward Moscow on the central portion of the front, and the 3rd Army Group would drive into the agricultural and industrial area of the Ukraine in the south. Finland would support a German drive to Murmansk in the far north, while Romanian forces would participate in the southern end of the campaign. The planning included the initiation of the systematic killing of all Jews in the newly conquered areas. This was to be done by special murder commanders, Einsatzgruppen, police units, Ordnungspolizei, and some other special units, and it was assumed that the military would assist in this process, an assumption which proved to be correct. Communists, both military and civilian, were to be killed, and the enormous number of Soviet soldiers that were expected to be captured could be killed, left to die of hunger, or temporarily employed as slave laborers. Since the whole area to be conquered was to be settled by Germans over a period of several generations, how was the whole population of tens of millions of Slavic inhabitants to be made to disappear? The practical problems of slaughtering all of the Jews of Europe and what Hitler referred to as the areas outside Europe had been engaged and resolved in the killing of the elderly and the handicapped, as Henry Friedlander has shown. How do you define who's to be killed? How do you collect the victims? How do you kill vast numbers quickly? How do you dispose of huge numbers of corpses? And how do you recruit individuals who will kill other human beings every day, 6 days a week, as their regular job? Were all questions that had been dealt with and resolved to the regime's satisfaction by the summer of 1941, and they could be applied and further developed in the killing of Jews in the newly occupied areas. Those procedures could be and were also applied to Germany's disabled war veterans. But in addition to starvation as a result of the confiscation of crops, some new procedures would be needed to cope with the Slavic population as a whole. This issue has not been reviewed in the existing literature, so I would like to offer a possible answer to the puzzle. Among the numerous types of horrendous medical experiments carried out in the concentration camps and extermination centers on incarcerated victims, there was one that may be relevant to this issue. There were many experiments to find a way to sterilize individuals without surgical operations. Surgical sterilization of Germans who might give birth to what the Nazis considered defective children had been authorized by one of the new measures adopted on July 14, 1933, and many Germans had been operated on under this law. Anyone to whom this had happened knew what had been done to him or her. The experimentation, which was never completed to the satisfaction of the Nazis, was designed to find a way to sterilize large numbers without the victims knowing that this had been done to them. Some kind of array or other thing was to be directed at individuals as they lined up to be paid, to get their ration cards, or for some other purpose. They would not know that they had been sterilized. May I suggest that this was to be the way for the Germans to keep vast numbers of Slavic persons working on farms, in factories, in mines, or other forms of work, but never thereafter produce children. Perhaps these experiments should be seen as the other side of a policy Hitler initiated during the war. As German military casualties grew in numbers, there was the obvious result of young women having greater and greater trouble finding a German man to marry. That issue clearly would lead to a decrease in the German birth rate. Hitler came up with an answer. German men would in the future be able to marry legally several women and thus produce an adequate number of perfectly legal children, some of whom would settle in the East and replace the declining Slavic population. It may well be that the mass kidnapping of Germanic-looking babies and children belongs in this category. We know that at least 20,000 Polish kids were kidnapped in that process. As the Germans shifted more and more of their military units from west to east in 1940-41, they told the Soviets that this was to enable them to train troops at a substantial distance from British bombing. They had very few spies inside the Soviet Union and emphasized air reconnaissance starting in the fall of 1940. Stalin ordered that the German planes not be shot at from the ground or intercepted by the Soviet Air Force. He would not believe any reports from Soviet intelligence services that pointed to an intended German invasion, ignoring important information provided by such spies in top positions as Richard Zorge. He dismissed the warnings he received from the British and American governments about the planned German invasion as provocations designed by those wretched capitalist regimes to involve the Soviet Union in war with Germany. He neither wanted nor expected anything of that sort to happen. Those who years later fabricated alleged Soviet intentions of attacking Germany and thus converting the German invasion into a preventive act, carefully avoided the reality of the Soviet project to take 7 years to convert the railway system in the areas annexed with German support into the wider rails of the Soviet Union. Under these circumstances, it should not surprise anyone that the initial German attack on June 22, 1941, came as a complete surprise to Stalin, who had continued to assume that Germany would first completely crush and occupy Britain. Enormous numbers of Soviet military planes were destroyed on the ground by the German Air Force as it initiated operations by attacking previously located Soviet airfields. German ground forces broke through the Red Army's units stationed near the border, surrounded vast numbers, and took enormous numbers of prisoners. The purge of Soviet military generals and other officers that Stalin had carried out in the 1930s certainly contributed to the troubles of a force that was still trying to recover from that purge and its own poor performance in the war against Finland in the winter of 1939-40. This is not the time to go into the details of the early military operations that have been well covered by the published studies of David Glantz and David Stahel. There are two aspects of the initial phase of the German-Soviet conflict that must be mentioned because they reflect the purpose of the whole operation as we can see them affecting developments from the first day. From the beginning of the fighting, the Germans killed large numbers of prisoners of war and let vast numbers die of hunger. By 1945, the Germans had managed to kill or let die about 3.5 million Soviet prisoners of war, a totally unprecedented event in war, and surely a reflection of a portion of what was intended by the invasion. The other aspect of the first weeks of the fighting was that the killing commandos and police units, Einsatzgruppen and Ordnungspolizei, initiated the systematic killing of Jews in communities being conquered by the German army. Because the German forces advanced very rapidly in the early weeks through an area with very large numbers of Jews, they sometimes killed the men, moved on into newly conquered places, and then came back when the front moved more slowly or stabilized temporarily to kill the women and children. But they certainly knew what they were supposed to do. Their regular reports on these activities are a major source for those interested in what has come to be called the Holocaust. The initial German advance was so rapid and successful that General Franz Halder, the German Army's chief of staff, noted in his diary on July 3rd that the whole campaign had been decided in 2 weeks. The reports that he was receiving suggested to him that the Soviet state and its military were collapsing. By July 22, Hitler was equally so confident of victory over the Soviet Union that he was certain that the systematic killing of Jews could be extended from the newly occupied territory in the East to all parts of Europe under German control. What neither Hitler nor Halder realized was the reality of continued Soviet resistance that was reinforced by additional forces that might also be defeated tactically, but kept on fighting. As the previously mentioned studies of Glantz and Stahel show, the Red Army continued to suffer defeats, but did not collapse. This was a totally different situation from what had happened in France the preceding year. An event that might have enlightened Germany's leaders was the substantial Soviet counteroffensive in the Galilee area not far from Smolensk that began on August 30th. The German army could hold against it and resume its advance. But the Soviet Union was clearly not a collapsing country. There is a considerable amount of controversy in the literature about Hitler's decision to order the German Second Panzer Army from Army Group Center to strike to the south to meet German armed forces striking north, and thereby cutting off the bulk of Soviet forces defending Kiev and the Ukraine, instead of concentrating on the central portion of the front and the drive toward Moscow. May I suggest that the argument of some that it was this decision by Hitler that prevented the total German victory in the field is mistaken. Stalin had erroneously assumed that if the Germans ever did attack the Soviet Union, they would concentrate their initial military effort on the southern portion of the front in order to seize the agricultural and industrial area of the Ukraine. Soviet military forces were accordingly especially numerous in that area. This factor contributed to the somewhat slower progress of the German forces in the south. Had the Germans not acted as they did, their Army Group Center could have faced an attack from the south to cut its supply system as it headed east. That was what happened to them the following year when they struck towards Stalingrad. What also has to be considered in this connection, in my judgment, is the very clear sign that the Soviets were preparing for the possibility of the Germans actually taking Moscow in spite of the desperate Soviet efforts to defend the city. What is critical is that not only were ministries being evacuated from Moscow, but it was assumed that the fighting would continue after the city fell. There would be a fighting front for a long time over a long distance before the Germans reached the Ural Mountains, to say nothing about Vladivostok. It is in this connection important, but generally ignored in the literature, that German forces in the First World War had occupied substantial portions of the area they took in 1941. No doubt there were occasional bad incidents then, but the people in that area who had been there could quickly see that this was an entirely different army. They did not go into local hospitals, shoot all patients, and toss the corpses out the windows. They did not slaughter vast numbers of civilians. They did not kill or otherwise mistreat vast numbers of prisoners of war. The word that this was a different and exceptionally brutal enemy got around quickly and affected the inclination to resist rather than surrender. The conversion of Stalin from being a feared and even hated dictator into the admired savior of his people cannot be understood without attention to the public's reaction, what they saw and learned of German behavior in World War II. It was therefore very likely that fighting would continue on the Eastern Front regardless of alternative German military moves in the fall of 1941. The critical point is that Germany had been unable to crush Britain and thus had a continuing front in the West and in North Africa. When German forces in the latter area seemed to be doing well, Hitler could assure the leader of the radical Palestinian Arabs that all Jews in the Middle East and in the rest of the world would be killed. But as long as there was a real Eastern Front, the Germans could not send large forces to pave the way for the killing squad that was being attached to the headquarters of Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, the commander in North Africa. That meant that the Jews of Palestine and all the other areas of the Middle East could not be killed as Hitler had intended and promised his Palestinian Arab friend. The continuing fighting against the Red Army not only weakened Germany's military effort against Great Britain, whatever its details, it also weakened Germany's ability to cope with the new enemy that Germany had provided herself with. When in the fall of 1940, it had become clear that Britain could neither be conquered nor pushed to some sort of peace, Hitler had begun to urge Japan to seize British and Dutch possessions in Southeast Asia. When the Japanese responded that they hoped to do that in 1946, Hitler and his associate leaders realized that they hoped to do that in 1946 and that this year had been picked by Tokyo because the United States had decided that the Philippines would become independent in 1944 and that the US would give up its bases there 2 years later. The Japanese government was clearly concerned about the forces of the United States being on the left flank of any drive into Southeast and South Asia. Since Hitler expected to fight the United States, but did not yet have either the warships or the airplanes he had ordered for that conflict, the Japanese Navy and Air Force could be substitutes. He therefore promised the Japanese government that Germany would join war against the United States as soon as Japan did so, as a part of its drive to conquer British and Dutch possessions. Under these circumstances, it is easy to understand that Berlin watched with great anxiety the 1941 negotiations between Tokyo and Washington. President Roosevelt wanted to delay any move toward war by Japan until the authorities in Japan, in Tokyo, could see for themselves that Germany was not going to win its war, and as a result would give up the idea of going to war with the United States altogether. The German government, on the other hand, kept urging the Japanese to strike. There is evidence in November and December 1941, Hitler kept pushing the German army group hoping to take Moscow, in part because he was worried that Japan might not strike. In this race between the American and the German leader, Hitler won by about 10 days. Had the Japanese waited another week, they would have seen the Soviet counteroffensive in the Moscow area and the British victory over the Italians who had driven into Egypt, both in early December 41. And they would then most likely not have attacked the United States, the British, and the Dutch. The moment that Hitler learned of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor and British possessions, he wanted to join the Japanese immediately, as he had promised. Because of the crisis on the Eastern Front, he was not in Berlin, but in his military headquarters in East Prussia, horrified by the prospect of having to wait several days to declare war on the United States. He returned to Berlin, summoned the German parliament to give them the good news, and could go through the appropriate diplomatic procedures. He immediately ordered the German Navy to start sinking American ships systematically. That order was happily received and begun to be implemented by Admiral Raeder, the commander of the German Navy, who had been arguing for war with the United States since October 1939. Hitler's official declaration came on December 11, 3 days after he had learned of the attack on Pearl Harbor. The German military leaders on the Eastern Front were enthusiastic as they learned of the Japanese move. It appears never to have occurred to them that this not only meant that Germany faced another major enemy, but that the United States could and most likely would join Britain in sending military and other aid to the Soviet Union. Some of that was already arriving. And by the end of the fighting in 1945, the two countries had, in addition to vast quantities of other things, provided the Soviet Union with over 22,000 airplanes, over 12,000 tanks, and over 370,000 trucks. It should be noted that the German army was not only halted and then driven back some on the central portion of the front near Moscow in December 41, but it was also driven back in the Tikhvin area at the northern end of the front and out of Rostov-on-Don at the southern end. In the military crisis of December, Hitler fired Field Marshal Walter von Brauchitsch, the commander of the German army, and assumed that position himself. He also relieved the string of army group and army commanders on the Eastern Front and insisted that there be no retreats. But none of these steps altered the basic situation. German forces could stabilize the front to a considerable extent, but that certainly did not change realities. Hitler assured the assembled regional directors of the Nazi Party on December 13, 1941, that in the coming year the German army would advance at least to the Urals. But he ignored the critical point that Germany was now in a multi-front war, and he also dismissed the possibility that war with the United States could have any substantial impact on the conflict.
Yeah.
One front additional to the obvious ones in the East against Britain and now against the United States was the one that had been developing in the portions of the Soviet Union that the German army had seized in its advance. There were some who collaborated with the Germans, but there was an increasing anti-German partisan movement. This is not the time to go into the details of that aspect of the war, but it was still another front, and one in which the Germans were extremely cruel and thereby stimulated rather than terminated resistance.
Professor Weinberg?
As, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, it's me. It's Dina. I just wanted to let you know that we think there are many questions coming to this tour de force that you gave us. So could you please wrap up and give the people a chance to
I'm
ask.
still very short of the 30-some minutes I was told I had.
No.
What do you want me to do, Yaron?
Well, if you could come to a conclusion, if you could come to a conclusion and then we'll open the floor for questions.
No, I have about 2/3, 3/4 through my talk, and I'm not anywhere near through my time.
No, you
What do you
are.
want me to do, Yaron? Dr. Pasher, what's the...
Yeah, we set for 40 minutes, right?
Yeah, but 40 minutes were past. It's 45 already.
Well, I've talked 24 minutes. in 23 minutes.
Okay, so I think we can let Professor Weiberg finish his paper, right?
You want me to go on?
Dina?
Okay,
As the fighting in the East continued, the Japanese government urged Germany to make peace with the Soviet Union. Hitler was not interested and was not influenced by the subsequent similar suggestions from Rome. Indications coming from the Soviet Union, primarily through diplomats in the Swedish capital of Stockholm, also did not affect his position. When his friend and Minister of Propaganda Joseph Goebbels argued for a compromise peace with the Soviets, Hitler responded to the demands that he was certainly that Germany had to make and attain, keeping the Ukraine with its agriculture and industry and the Caucasus with its oil were impossible for Stalin to agree to. There was therefore no point in even trying. There is, on the other hand, substantial evidence that Stalin was interested in a possible separate peace with Germany well into 1943. The details are not well known because the relevant Soviet archive, Stalin's papers have never been opened. Western allies were committed to the policy of unconditional surrender, and later in the war, Stalin came to join this policy. As we look back on World War II today, we need to recognize that a majority of the fighting was on the Eastern Front. This aspect of reality in no way diminishes the major contributions that Britain and the United States made. It is worth noting, and in Hitler's opinion, the possibility of Soviet assistance had been a factor in Britain's continuing to fight in 1940. That assumption was as completely mistaken as was his similarly ridiculous assumption of an easy victory over the racially mixed United States. It's perhaps relevant and worthy of note that during the years of fighting on the Eastern Front, Hitler appears to have listened to his generals less and less, while Stalin became inclined to listen to them more and more. I will not take up time now to take the examples of this, but one need to keep in mind an aspect that is never covered intelligently today because too many rely on the German memoirs. The German military had no sense of the distances and of the winter implications of depending on horses. There is a rather different aspect of the history of World War II that needs a brief mention, and that is Stalin's endless demands for a so-called second front and his equally endless complaints about the delays. The British and Americans could but rarely did remind Stalin that he really had no reason to feel surprised at being alone in Eastern Europe after having helped the Germans take control of most of Northern Europe, then most of Western Europe, and subsequently most of Southern Europe. He had created the perilous situation of the Soviet Union to a considerable extent himself. And similarly, Allied ships that he had helped the Germans sink could not rise from the ocean floor to carry additional arms and other supplies for his armies. There has been important new literature about the fighting on the Eastern Front, as some Soviet archives were opened, in some cases only temporarily. Earlier, I mentioned the works of David Stalin and David Glantz. This is not the time and place to review the works of others who have published significant studies. A recent event, however, obliges me to add a comment on a book, the proposed text of which I had received for review for the author. To Edward Westerman's book, Hitler's Ostkrieg and the Indian Wars, comparing genocide and conquest, published in 2016, we can now add a reference to the appointment of a Native American who had previously been elected to the Congress to a position in the cabinet of the United States. That sort of thing could not have happened to any Slavic inhabitant of Eastern Europe if Germany had been successful in the operation it initiated 80 years ago today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this tour de force. Sorry, I tried to interrupt you towards the end, but I know that people were listening and people have questions, and you have given us a lot to think about, a lot of food for thought. Thank you again. Of course, you will have the last word at the end, but please now the floor is open to questions. Please, whoever would like to be the first. Yep. Yeah, please, Craig, go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Unmute, please, Craig.
There, I did.
Okay.
Sorry, this is like my second or third Zoom conference, so I'm still a neophyte, so bear with me. This question is, of course, Dr. Weinberg, directed at you, but I find it interesting that in the scholarship on the Eastern Front, and it pretty much continues to this day, we concentrate overwhelmingly on the crimes committed by Hitler and the Nazis, the Einsatzgruppen, the Wehrmacht itself, and to a certain extent, I understand that entirely. And in my books, the 4 books I've published on Barbarossa since I retired from the Air Force 8 or 9 years ago, I go into great detail where necessary on these things. No attempt to whitewash any of this, but I think why is it that so much of the time, or most of the time, we fail to point out the criminality of Joseph Stalin and his regime. For example, the fact that 95% of the German soldiers captured in 1941 and 1942, and admittedly it wasn't a large amount, but they didn't survive the war. And you're absolutely correct. Of the 5.5 million or so Soviet prisoners taken, about almost 3.5 million of them were killed. But of the Germans who were taken prisoner, at least a third of them never returned back to Germany. And then, of course, the horrible crimes that were committed in East Prussia, Berlin, the rape of nearly 200,000 German women, and just the activities of the Red Army in general, in many cases, and were barbaric, particularly when you look at the partisan movement. I think a lot of the Russian people were just as terrified of the Russian partisans as they were of the Germans. But yet these issues involving the crimes of the Red Army, Stalin, the horrible repatriation of the Volga Germans and others, leading to the deaths of hundreds of thousands. These things seem to be pretty much too much of the time just sort of swept under the rug.
Professor Weinberg,
I'm not.
like to answer.
I'm sorry.
Please go ahead.
I'm not suggesting that the Russians behave perfectly, but I do think that there is a very significant difference between slightly over 2/3 of the prisoners of war coming home, and slightly over 2/3 being killed and dying. The 68% of the German POWs ended up in the Soviet Union came home. 2/3 both directions. But I think 2/3 living and 2/3 dying is not the same thing. Furthermore, we have to keep in mind that a very high proportion of the Germans who were captured were dying at the time. That's particularly true of the ones captured at Stalingrad. The doctors among the Germans in the surrounded German Sixth Army were astounded to find lots and lots and lots of German soldiers dying without being wounded. The situation of such a high portion of the Russians captured, especially in the first part of the war when lots were captured, they were still in pretty good shape. Certainly, I'm not suggesting that Stalin was the center of kindness or that there were no rapes or other horrors, but you cannot equalize the systematic killing and dying of 2/3 of the POWs of one side with the survival and coming home of 2/3 of the prisoners of the other side. That's not the same thing just because it's roughly the same fraction. What you're talking about is the difference of over 1 million survivors as to over 2 million dead. Furthermore, the German army, as I mentioned, and as the people in the occupied Soviet Union quickly realized, behaved differently from the German army that had been there between 1914 and 1918. What is so interesting in some of the divisional histories that have appeared in Germany in recent years is the different word that soldiers of German army divisions got from their regimental commanders when they were assigned to anti-partisan operations. In some instances, they were then told, obviously by their regimental commanders, to kill all civilians. And that's what they did, down to 2-month-old babies. But other regimental commanders said that don't kill them if they're less than 2 or 3 years old. They killed everybody but the 2 and 3-year-olds. I'm not suggesting, having spent several years studying the partisan movement in the Soviet Union and having published a couple of pieces on it, that the partisans were kindly people. But the reality is that the horrors in the partisan, anti-partisan warfare were 99% committed by the German soldiers, either in the SS, in the security divisions, in the regular divisions, etc., etc., etc. So there was certainly, the Red Army was not pleasant, but when it came to horrors, nobody could compete with the Germans.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, that's a difficult question. I'm not sure if I may interfere. I'm not sure Craig was equalizing. He was trying to say that that the picture has one more aspect and one more heavy facet that should not be put under the rug. If I may interpret you, there is a lady, I think it's Kate Stringfellow. Kate Stringfellow please, she has a question for Professor Weinberg. Would you please go ahead?
Yeah, it's actually Mr. Good afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, no problem, ma'am. I was interested, Professor Weinberg, in your comment about the Japanese plan to attack Pearl Harbor, that things may have changed if they had planned their attack after the defeat of the Germans in front of Moscow. What do you think might have been their alternative policy towards the United States at that point? Because obviously this is pivotal in what happens later in the war. Once we're involved from the United States perspective, our economy really does a number on the axis. So what do you think was going to be their alternative policy if they noticed that the Germans were defeated and were having setbacks prior to that attack?
Well, there was an endless debate within the Japanese government over whether to go to war at all with the Western powers. And if, as I mentioned, if they were not certain that Germany was going to win the war in Europe, they were not going to attack the United States at all. Keep in mind that since 1937, they were at war with China. That there was a war going on, that they were able, with the cooperation of the Vichy government, to occupy first the northern part and then the rest of French Indochina. So they had some advantages. If they had waited just a little bit longer, they would have seen that the Germans were not winning the war. Please remember that in April of 41, they had already signed a neutrality pact with the Soviet Union. I had to skip that part of my talk because of the time situation. But Stalin was as concerned about a two-front war as others were, and signed a neutrality pact with Japan. The Japanese decided not to join the Germans in war against the Soviet Union and signed the neutrality pact. Under the circumstances, if the Japanese had waited a bit more, they would have seen that the Germans clearly were not collapsing the Soviet Union and that the British were collapsing the Italians, and that therefore the likelihood of Germany winning the war that it had started was not very good. And under those circumstances, they would not have attacked the United States, Britain, and the Dutch at all.
Yeah, I was really interested in that because, you know, obviously the Japanese army officers in Manchuria had attacked the Soviets at Galkin Gol and Nomenhan, and Zhukov had really gave them a bloody nose. So I know they didn't want any further problems with the Soviet Union at that point. And the Imperial Japanese Navy seemed to be having much more sway in Tokyo at that time, leading up to obviously the attack on Pearl Harbor. So that was why I was really interested to see what you thought, because it seems like the Imperial Japanese Navy, because of that setback against the Soviet Union earlier, really was hesitant to have further problems there. And, you know, long term, would we still have been in a war with Japan? And that's the real interesting, you know, aspect there.
Thank you. Okay. Please, Boaz, please go ahead. Unmute yourself.
We can close the session. We have overstepped our time. It's a good time to finish now.
Okay, may I?
Unless you want to ask yourself, or you have anyone else here that is asking and didn't have a chance.
Is there anyone who didn't have a chance to ask a question? If not, I would really add a common question. And yeah, thank you, Boaz, for letting us know. I think, Professor Weinberg, that your title was especially well worded and to the point, because it was long intended yet postponed invasion. And you showed us clearly how it was intended, in which stages of the war, and then why it was postponed, and then again until this time that we are today commemorating the 22nd of June came about. May I add that in line of your work in integrating the final solution into the stages and phases of the war, you can also say about it or define it as long intended yet postponed. And you mentioned that in the summer of 41, all those questions of killing were resolved, but you also went on to show that they also went step by step. They went step by step from shooting, looking for sterilization, the gas trucks, and only then the extermination camps. So this was also a long intended and postponed from one stage to another until they reached, unfortunately, what they wanted to do. Okay, if it's okay with you, the organizers, Boaz and Yaron, and Professor Weinberg, and all those who were with us, more than 50 people attended, very kind of them. I'd like to finish with many thanks. I think that as we started with, we did see a maestro in action, and we learned a lot, and it was a very worthy ending of a fruitful day. Thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you, Professor Porat.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Weinberg, for a masterful presentation. What a crescendo for a very interesting and fruitful day. We will reconnect in 2 days on Thursday at 4 o'clock. And until then, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Porat, for hosting this session. And good night and good day to you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you, Gerard.
Yeah. Craig, I know you wanted to go on, but we can go on separately.
Thank you all. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.